follicle. She looks more like the
Paula Deen.
Paula Deen, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She's older now. Yeah, like this. This is her with, maybe one of the Marley people. I'm not sure. Just
I can kind of see
one of the Marley people.
Could just be a guy with dreads. I might be
wow, dude.
assuming a lot.
Wow. Sabrina to me looks like Jenny Slate.
Jenny Slate.
Wow.
Jenny Slate.
Oh, from SNL,
Yeah.
right?
Marcel the Shell with shoes on.
Yeah, I mean,
Jenny Slate, the sister of the.
So basically, you guys are doing thick eyebrows, black hair.
yeah, I mean, this doesn't not look like you.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's in the ballpark at least.
She's the size of my right thigh, but yeah. No, I could see. I'm flattered by all the things. I love Paula Cole, love Jenny Slate, love that weird opera lady that I get tagged in every 2 years.
Oh, yeah, you do look like
That
her.
looks exactly like me.
She's not famous enough so that people would just know her name, but there's so many people that send in this photo of this
It's like
opera lady.
Sabrina is the opera singer?
Is it like an old photo? I can't remember.
It was a video, and it's not even in the United States of America. If you Facebook like Sabrina opera singer, it is bound to come up on one of our
People
news
have
junkie
posted
pages.
this?
Yeah,
All right, let me see.
for
here.
sure.
Let me see if I can. Not Oprah singer. I don't know what I'm.
This one would be the closest
yeah,
to
it
what
definitely
it
does.
looks like. We have like a slightly different nose. Maybe at some point we're the same person, another past life.
Yeah, somebody
Can't
send
find
that
it,
to
can
me.
you?
Tips at thenewsjunkie.com. It doesn't pull up when you put Sabrina opera
My
singer.
favorite
Damn
Jenny
it.
Slate is Mona Lisa Saperstein in Parks and Recreation. Money, please.
Yeah,
She's hilarious.
Is that later seasons of Parks and Rec? Because it's not ringing.
It's John Ralphio's sister.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now I know what you're talking. John Ralphio from Entertainment 720
Yes.
once again makes it onto the show. All right, real quick, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll actually get into this story about the lab monkeys. That was crazy to hear when this happened. It's been 11 days or so, 12 days now, since this van or this truck hauling 100 monkeys ended up crashing, and some of the monkeys got into the woods. And then they got out there, the experts who arrived on the scene, nothing to see here, and they just shot the damn monkeys.
Oh, no.
They killed the monkeys that were out there. And then one lady said she got sick after getting real close to them, and maybe one of the monkeys even sneezed on her. There's another update in this story, and it's coming up in just a moment. What did you find over there?
A lot of old pictures of us, you guys.
Oh, no.
A lot.
Whenever I look at that, I'm like, I look in the mirror and I think, I still look like the same person. And then I see old photos of us.
This is from 2014.
Yeah. When I look at that, I'm like, oh, my God, what happened to me, man?
Yeah.
Follow Real Radio 104.1 on the gram and witness Mother Nature healing itself. Like this pic of a coyote on the... Nope, never mind, that's just a big rat.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Slow traffic along I-4 heading eastbound between Osceola Parkway and 535. Delays reported in both directions of Narcoossee south of 417. There is also an accident reported along Narcoossee at Moss Park Road. Delays along Boggy Creek at Simpson Road. And stop-and-go traffic along Taft Vineland at OBT. We're in good shape along the 408 and the Beach Line. No reported problems along the Turnpike. See a traffic problem? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
If I told you Pepsi promised their customers a fighter jet, you probably wouldn't believe me. But one man did, and sued when he didn't get it. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
So you missed your chance to play in the 2022 Real Radio Texas Hold'em Charity Poker Tournament presented by Injured on the Go, JustCallMo.com. Well, what if I told you we still have a few seats available that are up for auction right now? Bid early and bid often because proceeds benefit the mustard seed of Central Florida. But even if you don't win the auction for the last few poker seats, you can still join us Saturday, August 27th at the Orlando Science Center in the HomeLoansRadio.com casino. That's right, casino passes are still available and get you casino chips, food from Porky's Barbecue, access to raffle and silent auction items, and selfie opportunities with your favorite radio personalities. Thanks to Nation's Trucks, Mills Air, See America Tours, Code Black IT, and Porky's Original Barbecue. Go to realradio.fm/poker for more info.
There are those who feel living with debt is inevitable. But there are those who want to be financially free. These are the ones who are willing to play the long game. And those are the ones who know there are some financial institutions who care more about helping you reach your goals than they do about the bottom line. Fairwinds. Financial freedom happens here. Visit fairwinds.org
You've trusted Cars for Kids with your car donations for over 2 decades. Now Cars for Kids can help with your property donations too. If you're spending money on a property you don't use or hassling with out-of-state properties, donate to Cars for Kids instead. It's simple and easy. They will take over all taxes, maintenance, and insurance obligations. Best of all, you'll receive a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. To donate, visit carsforkidsrealestate.org or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today to learn more. That's CARS with a K.
Summertime is a great time for a beautiful new fence from our friends at Mossy Oak Fence. Custom, one-of-a-kind designs. If you can dream it, the fence freaks at Mossy Oak Fence can build it. Visit mossyoakfences.com. And as always, let the Mossy family protect your family today.
Tobacco-free Florida knows how hard it is to quit nicotine, which is why we offer different quit options to choose from for free, like 24/7 quit coaches available over the phone and free 2-week starter kits of quit aids. We're even experimenting with 80s pop music.
I'm giving you up, I'm letting you go, I'm letting you never come back to smoke, never come back to smoke, I'll never come back, I'm giving you up.
Or maybe we'll just stick to the ways we know work. Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com or call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW for free nicotine patches.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you, it finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 407-449-8973 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 407-449-8973. Call today, 407-449-8973, or visit repipe.com.
Well, the Ding Dong Doorbell Company is at it again, admitting to giving out customers' video footage over 11 times without the customer's knowledge or consent. It's outrageous, and it's a breach of your privacy, freedom, and security. When a security company teams up with big tech companies, it can mean only one thing for you: a privacy invasion of your home. It means your information being sold and distributed without your knowledge. But don't worry, SafeTouch is on your side. SafeTouch has professional equipment installed by pros, and SafeTouch doesn't collaborate with any big tech companies. SafeTouch keeps your family secure without invading your privacy or freedom. SafeTouch allows you complete control of all your video footage and security, and you can be sure with SafeTouch your doorbell and camera footage is safe and controlled by you and only you. Don't give up your freedoms and privacy to a big tech company. Choose SafeTouch to fight crime and keep your privacy at the same time. Call SafeTouch today and check out what real security is all about and get real professional installation when you do. Plus, a lifetime parts and labor warranty as long as you are a SafeTouch customer. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license EF233. Offer to new customers not currently under contract.
A brighter energy future starts today, and we're ready. We're leading the clean energy transition, cutting carbon emissions even while improving reliability, adding more renewables like solar and wind, all while managing our costs to help keep energy affordable for everyone. We're Duke Energy, and we're building a smarter energy future for you. Paid for by Duke Energy shareholders.
We love entertaining outdoors, but
this year, our outdoor living lifestyle has changed. And it all started with a free consultation from S&W Kitchens.
S&W Kitchens gave us an outdoor living space where we can host dinners all the time. Their designers let us customize our needs and style. And now, Well, we love to entertain even if it's just family for dinner. Plus, the kids love it after school.
Visit snwkitchens.com now for a free design consultation with our award-winning designers. That's snwkitchens.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind studio. Your accident, your future, your attorney. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or call pound 546 from your cell. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now number 1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers.
You are now listening to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Monday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do have a banger for you today. We'll get you caught up on what's happening out there. Deb's Woke News will do that for you. Sports. The triumphant return of Brandon Kravitz.
Who's that?
I heard he's here today. Ross Thoughts, TK Law, Ray Trendley will drop by in the 6 o'clock hour, plus trivia, all the fun stuff, your calls, texts, and talkbacks. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Hello there.
Straight ahead producer, Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
Comedy alien, Ross Padgett.
What's up, Playboy?
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. You can follow us on social media easily. Instagram, Facebook, at The Jim Colbert Show. On Twitter, it's just at Jim Colbert Show. And, of course, every day, all day, online at JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can see the blogs, all the cool stuff. It's all there. Plus, you can stream the show just by clicking on the stream. It'll take you either to YouTube or Twitch, whichever you like. And off you go to watch us sit and talk.
So, how was it?
Jack's, in fact, I've told the joke 100 times. Jack's love it every time.
I do.
He loves it every time.
I do.
So I got to tell you, it's weird. You know, I never dealt with like jet lag much because usually when I fly somewhere, I'm staying there for a few days, get acclimated to the time change, temperature change, in this case, elevation change.
Yeah.
And then by the time you have to leave, you're like, okay, well, no big deal. Well, we left out on a Wednesday morning and came back on Saturday morning. And
weird travel days.
It really was. And I never experienced altitude issues. This time I did experience altitude issues. And I've never experienced jet lag issues, and I'm having jet lag issues. And it's just because of the short period of time to fly there. And I mean, when I was telling Ross today, oh man, I got to tell you these stories. So there's a reason why all this happened. But first things first, right? By the way, thanks for hosting. I appreciate you guys handling the program while I was out doing this thing.
We had fun.
The wedding was absolutely beautiful. There are a few pictures on my Facebook page, Jim Colbert's Facebook page. I didn't put anything up on the show's page. But if you wanted to see some of it, my eldest daughter, Taylor, was married to her husband now. Her last name is now not Colbert. And we've talked about that.
Not Colbert. What nationality is that?
No. You know what she said? She said
Southern.
I walked up to her and as I was doing my doing the first dance, the dad dance or whatever.
Oh, did you?
Dude, I whispered into her ear. I said, her new name, right, with her last name. I'm not gonna say what it is, but her last name. And she looks at me and she goes, "I'm hyphenating it," and I almost lost it.
Oh, really?
So she's going to keep her name and hyphenate it. It's going to be Taylor Colbert, new name. And I just thought that was so special. I did not expect that, like, at all. It was
So you like that?
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? I was blindsided by the respect. I mean, I thought it was very cool. Did not expect it in the least.
Do you think that respect comes at the sake of respect for the groom and his family?
I don't know. I don't know what that is. She just decided, I guess she's going to hyphenate it or keep part of it or something. But anyway, it was pretty darn
cool.
Did it make you cry?
Yeah, it was pretty emotional.
Did you cry every day you were there?
Did you cry at all?
I did not cry every day I was there. On the wedding day, I barely made it through my speech. I was teetering, and I had to get it together. I said, okay, man, get it together here. Everybody expected me to be funny, jokey guy. But her sister, Aubrey, went up and said some words. And then the groom's father got up and said a few things. And they were both wonderful experiences. I mean, he's a great guy. My wife found a really good man to marry. I mean, my daughter found a very good man to marry.
We knew you always thought that about yourself anyway. Don't worry about it. It's not a shocker.
The other one didn't do too shabby either. They were very my daughter's was very funny. My daughter has a great sense of humor, so she was picking on her sister and having some fun. The dad of the groom isn't that kind of guy, although a very jovial dude, not a dude you expect to grab a mic and let it rip. Just he said the things that mattered to him. He's very, his faith is very important to him, so we brought that up in there. And then mine, I grabbed the mic, and I think everybody, because of what I do, was thinking it was, here comes jokey time. It's gonna be
Here's the laugh fest.
And I said right up front, I said, usually when one of these things is in front of me, I'm a complete moron and an absolute idiot. I said, but that ain't going to happen tonight. And then went into my thing. And it was very good. I got a lot of compliments on it. It was very heartfelt. But getting there, let's go back to that real quick. Get on the plane in Orlando. I think we flew out at 8:30 that morning. You got to remember, the rehearsal dinner is that evening in Denver, Colorado. 2-hour change. So we lose 2 hours, right? Which is a big advantage because we're like, hey, we get there at noon, everything's fine.
Oh. No. the airport story and airline story has been a national story for a couple of days now there, Jim.
40 minutes into the flight.
Oh.
40 minutes into the flight. Bing, boom. We're sorry. We're smelling a burning smell in the galley, and we're spinning this bitch around. I'm going to be back in Orlando in a few minutes, and we'll let you know what's going to happen from there.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, I tapped the screen. I'm like, and I pulled my headphone out. I looked at my daughter, and I said, hey, did I just hear right? Are they turning this airplane around and flying back to Orlando? We've been in the air for over half an hour.
Yeah.
We're in Georgia. And they spin it around and go all the way back to Orlando, have us deboard the plane because the engineers came on and said something's amiss. We're decommissioning the plane until we can figure out what the F is going on, and then had no answers to where we were going next. Sitting there in the airport, knowing that I have the rehearsal dinner that night as father of the bride, and knowing all the things that happened. It's a 4-hour flight going out there. And we are just tripping balls. Like, we don't even know what's happening. Turns out about an hour after that kind of turnaround, they're like, okay, we can get you on this plane. And they got us out of there at like 11 o'clock. We landed in Denver at 3 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Drove straight to the venue. My wife was already there. She made it through. She brought my clothes. I get changed in the bathroom of the venue.
Class.
To go to the total class. My daughter too, God bless her, to go to this thing and then right back out and at it, right? We get to the venue to find out that her stepsister, which is really, she's very close to her stepsister on their plane coming from Tampa, they get halfway there and one of the people on the plane loses their mind and starts fights.
Oh, no.
So what do? They don't set it down there. All the way back to Tampa. To unload the plane, arrest that dude, put him back on the plane, and then out to Denver. Thank God, because she was in the wedding party, thank God that was the night before. So there was time to be had. Fast forward all of this. We get in there, and so the entire weekend, while we're in airports, this is what I hear, right? And this happened to us. And if I'm lying, I'm dying. Our flight plan changed 15 times between my flight, my daughter's flight, my wife's flight, and her mom's flight. We were getting updates from the airlines, and it was like we were in a chat room for Christmas presents. It was like ding, 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 ding every 5 minutes. Exactly. Boom. So we're in the airport. This is going. I haven't flown a bunch, but I've flown enough to know the thing. You know what's supposed to happen.
And you don't want the ding. That's the one time you don't want the ding.
I'll tell you all the wedding stuff in a minute. But we get into the airport, and we're sitting there that morning to fly home. Our flight got changed on that evening. On the way to the airport, my wife and her mom, their flight gets changed on the way to the airport. We get to the airport. We're in this little cafe having breakfast before we get on our flight. We hear the couple next to us. We're just kind of eavesdropping on this couple next to us, an older couple.
Because it's what you do.
Right, exactly.
It is what you do at the airport.
We're 2 feet from them, right?
Yeah.
We hear the phone go off. Ding. He picks up his phone and goes, Again? And his wife goes, what? Our flight just got changed. We're on a different gate now. Okay, no problem. It's at the same gate near. Oh, it's right across the hall. No problem, right? 4 minutes later, wife's phone goes off. Oh, my God, it's been changed again. She just got through talking. His flight changed again.
Wait.
They were literally going back and forth on different gates at different times. They were sending out different messages. It was insane all weekend long.
But they're on the same flight.
Yes. Yes.
How do you get on the same flight at a different gate?
My wife and my mother-in-law were to get the same thing was happening. She would get an update that said the flight, and then my wife would still have the old information, and then 5 minutes later she would get the new information. And and as you're trying to figure out your flights, you don't pause. I mean, you get that information, you immediately start contacting people to find out. So we get on the plane after we get here back in Denver, right? The entire plane that just had to unload and get on another flight. This one guy that was very vocal because his father, I guess, worked for United Airlines for many, many years. We land in Orlando. This guy gets a phone. He goes, "No blanking way. No way. No way." And I said, "Buddy, what's going on?" He goes, "Our luggage is still in Orlando." The plane they decommissioned to put us on other flights didn't get unloaded yet and sent out. They were waiting for the next flight to Denver to get the luggage, and that was happening at 3:50 that afternoon, landing in Denver at 7 that evening.
Wow.
It's a $63 Uber ride from the airport into downtown Denver. And this dude was going to have to roll it twice to come get his bags and stuff. And that entire airplane was the same way. We got tons of stuff to tell you about the wedding, other plans as well, sports, Ross thoughts, Ray Trinley in today. Got a big show, plenty of stuff to talk about. Deb, what's coming up for news?
Well, it's down to the wire for Florida candidates ahead of Tuesday's primary. NASA to update the historic Artemis launch tonight. And Putin brings back the Mother Heroine Award.
Does he?
Yeah, we'll tell you what that is and more coming up next during Woke News.
Thanks, Deb. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. So glad to be back right here in good old FLA. We'll get to Deb's news and more of the Jim Colbert Show right after this.
Hands-free real music as tactile stimulation is a thing of the past.
This is a knob.
What?
People used to twist them.
Gross. Tell your smart speaker to play Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, contact Clausman Law at clausmanlaw.com.
Well, we're looking at steady traffic now heading west on I-4 between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway. Some brief delays heading eastbound on I-4 between State Road 536 and Central Florida Parkway. Officials still working to clear a crash Narcoossee Road at Moss Park Road. Another in the clearing stages on Hiawassee Road at Silver Star. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477 from the Traffic Center. I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
The Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law. The problem, though? It won't actually do anything to reduce inflation. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. Listen to the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, inflation running high, who knows when it's going to level out? That's why you got to buy your windows and doors right now at FAS and lock in your price. The largest window and door showroom in all of Central Florida. 38 unique windows ready for you to operate. And the windows and doors are built with impact-resistant glass that gives you security, noise reduction, and maximum efficiency. Not to mention they have a full selection of hurricane windows and doors. Estimates are always free at FAS. And the cool thing is they give you plenty of options as well. Plus, all products have a lifetime warranty. And if you act right now, how about rebates of $55 per window and $95 per door? No money down, no interest, no payments for 12 months is available. Check out the showroom, Fairbanks and I-4, and then book your appointment. It's FASWD.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware. When you owe the IRS or state sales tax and can't pay, call J. David Tax Law for effective tax help. J. David Tax Law can stop IRS or state collection actions and protect you from financial ruin. Call J. David Tax Law for a no-cost consultation at 407-603-3962. That's 407-603-3962 or at jdavidtaxlaw.com. Peace of mind is only a click or phone call away.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us. With celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
Hurry in for great deals during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Make this the summer you get the job done. Ram, built to serve. Right now, finance and get $7,800 in total values on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab equipped with a V6 engine. Total values include combined cash allowance and 2,300 Bighorn Level 2 package value. Financing for well-qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital. Not all buyers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/6/22.
Save time and money with the vinyl fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need to easily install it yourself with 0 down and 0% financing. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
I'm Orlando attorney Mo DeWitt, and this is my client, Raphael.
I had unexpected slip and fall. You were the only guys that were willing to take it. The insurance company offered me a low ball amount. I was able to secure over 10 times that amount. If you're injured on the go, just call Mo.
Prospective client may not obtain same or similar results.
Having trouble with your AC? Call our friends at Mills Air, 407-277-1159. With 30 years of experience, they can certainly help you out. Carrier factory authorized dealers with up to $1,275 in rebates towards that brand new Carrier unit. Family owned and operated, it's millsair.com.
International travel, alluring but hard. Intra-national travel, easy. And there's no better place to do it than St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra. During easy season, enjoy low rates, fewer crowds, and all that international charm without ever leaving the country. So forget about cramped 14-hour flights or confusing currency exchange. Make it easy on yourself and travel intra-nationally this easy season. St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra. Travel intra-nationally. Visit FloridasHistoricCoast.com to learn more.
Identity theft shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, more than $14 billion were stolen last year. That's a criminal success story and a wake-up call for everyone else. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
At EasyCater, food for work is our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what's up with the other 7%?
Everyone, meet our newest employee, Susan. She has an idea that is going to revolutionize our food ordering.
Hi, Susan.
So nice to meet you.
Unfortunately, she just gave her notice, and today is her last day.
I'm gonna miss her. Why don't all companies order through EasyCater? Who knows? Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on EasyCater.com. EasyCater, food for work. It's our thing.
The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out. Packed with illustrations, the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart, conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. Available October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
Divorce? Call Trinley and Kramer, TK Law, OneFirmForLife.com.
The Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Man, looking forward to Saturday. The Real Radio Poker Tournament's coming up this Saturday. Sold completely out, but we do have some surprises coming up this week.
Yeah. Oh, no. We
already let it out?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
All right, very good.
The auction is live right now. There are 3 seats remaining. This auction ends on Wednesday, so if you want to bid, you want a seat to play in the tournament, this is your only way in for the final 3 seats. All proceeds go directly to the Mustard Seed of Central Florida for this auction. So go to realradio.fm/poker for the link. And also there, if you want to use casino passes, also available at the same page.
Yeah, they get you dinner. They get you all the fun stuff inside with the casino. And more importantly, get you into the silent auction, which has some unbelievable items in there as well.
We've added to that as well.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Welcome back. I'm Jim. Jack and Ross right over there. Let's get a check of the news. Here's Deb.
What?
And now,
Who dat?
it's time for Woke News. It seems like kind of a misuse on the Jim Colbert Show.
As my great-grandmother used to say, the who?
The what?
The who? Woke News brought to you by Home Loans Radio with that mortgage guy, Don. Yeah, it's the final campaign push for candidates crisscrossing Florida, trying to win votes ahead of tomorrow's primary. University of Central Florida political scientist Dr. Aubrey Jewett says the conventional wisdom has given the edge to Congressman Charlie Crist, the former governor. But Jewett says, remember, Florida has a history of close elections. We're still trying to forget hanging Chad.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Dimpled Chad, pregnant Chad. Barry University's Dr. Sean Foreman, this is in Miami, expects a low turnout since it's August and says really there aren't a lot of really sexy races on this ballot. And if you're an NPA, the biggest one is the Democratic field right now, because that's going to decide who's going to face Governor DeSantis in November. Now, Freed is making appearances today in Miami, Tampa, and Orlando. Crist is in his hometown of St. Petersburg. The latest St. Pete poll shows Crist is ahead of Freed with more than 59% of the votes.
That's amazing, really. That guy can pretty much be out of the limelight for, 10 years, 10, 15 years now or whatever?
Statewide, but again, he is a congressman for the Bay Area.
But just off the radar here in Central Florida, I think, for a long time, because his name hasn't come up. And then all of a sudden just kind of enters back in the race and is ready to go. It's just that the name familiarity is just so unbelievably important in politics.
It is so powerful.
And was governor of the state. And actually, for that first, I don't know how long it was until he started running for vice president.
Yeah.
But initially, even from the Dems, he was doing some stuff where it was like, all right, that's not so bad. I remember thinking, okay, he was pro-stem cell research, and at the time...
Pretty moderate for it,
At the time, nationally, that was not the Republican platform. I'm like, okay, I kind of like it.
Well, in the meantime, what could you think of the governor stumping for that would make you go, what?
Well, you got a minute?
Well, let me just, speed this up, rather. I've never heard of this before, but the governor is using his political star power to help candidates in local school board races.
Yeah, I saw this today. It's kind of crazy. This is very rare, if not the first, right?
The first. Ron DeSantis made several stops around the state yesterday in support of 29 candidates he has endorsed. He says these candidates will help keep woke ideology out of our schools.
Get it out of here.
Now, for those who don't know, if you're planning to vote, polls open at 7 a.m. tomorrow as Floridians vote in the state's primary, and anyone still in line when the polls close at 7 p.m. will still be able to vote. In-person voters will be required to show an ID such as your driver's license, your passport, or military or student ID. And if you have a mail-in ballot, you can drop it off at your precinct today, but they actually have to switch the ballots out. So you surrender that mail-in ballot. They give you a ballot from the precinct, and then you vote there on site.
That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow, right.
On election day. Like today, I have it right here. Here's my ballot.
Don't hide that.
Well, I can't turn it in. Look, I can't. I missed it. I can drop this off today until 7 at the election office, or tomorrow on election day I have to surrender this, then vote with a blank ballot, which is good because I changed my mind. I wanted it.
All right. Well, what are you doing till 7?
I'm just hanging. Drinking energy drinks.
Oh, keep them away from the monster. All right, more than 2.1 million voters have cast ballots ahead of tomorrow's primary election. Now, that includes over 1.5 million who voted by mail so far. Also, close to 600,000 voted at early voting centers. Florida has 14.3 million registered voters, so to put that all in perspective, including 5.2 million Republicans, nearly 5 million Democrats, and 3.9 million with no party affiliation. All right, still on the political front, one of those who may challenge Ron DeSantis for the White House believes Republicans should have real pause about our governor. That's what Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney said recently, of course, losing her election out in Wyoming. She said recently about the 2024 presidential race. Cheney has indicated she may run, and DeSantis has been mentioned as a possible candidate and a very popular candidate, which is why he spent some time in the last couple of weeks, campaigning in Arizona and Wyoming.
Yeah, he's trying to. We talked about this last week right before I left. I was found it a little odd. I don't know if it's really super rare. I just found it odd for a Florida governor to be campaigning in Pennsylvania and in Arizona.
And Wyoming.
I found that a little bit odd, but then I was like, man, it really isn't that odd. If you're planning a run presidentially, you could get your name out there nationally with people who side with that world, and it would do you a great advantage to do so. I think that's what's been happening for a while now.
Well, Cheney tells ABC's This Week that DeSantis is campaigning for election deniers. She adds, you either fundamentally believe in and support our constitutional structure, rather, or you don't.
That Kerry Lake went out there in Arizona is quite a piece of work.
That's who he had campaigned for on behalf, and then Cheney's opponent in Wyoming.
Yeah.
In other news, the defense has begun laying out its case for why Parkland school shooter Nicholas Cruz should be spared the death penalty. Now, in her opening statement, lead public defender Melissa McNeil said jurors should really consider mitigating factors in his punishment, and those would include drug and alcohol use by his late mother when she was pregnant with Cruz, the death of his father at an early age, and the death of his adoptive mother just several months before the shooting. Now, Cruz has already pled guilty to 17 counts of killing 17 students, and staff at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. The jury gets to decide if he gets the death penalty or life in prison. The defense is expected to take at least a month or two in presenting their case. It could be November before this case from 2018 finally wraps up.
Insanity.
All right, expect to see more Orange County law enforcement out on the road today and really out this whole week. Troopers and deputies are trying to remind drivers to stay safe after state data reports that more than 600 crashes involving pedestrians this year. So they're not just looking at drivers. They're also looking for people who are walking their bike across the street or pedestrians who are not crossing in a crosswalk. So this is as much about the drivers as it is making sure the people who are crossing are doing so safely. Now, officials are stationed at 53 intersections just in Orange County, hoping to, this is how they said it, inform and educate, a.k.a. $164 ticket.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that'll educate your ass.
Yeah, the Florida Department of Transportation chose the locations based on the number of traffic incidents in those areas. And while there probably will be some in uniform, there's probably going to be more that are going to be out of uniform.
I know this, though. In Florida, you better watch where the hell you're walking or riding a bike, because it seems like every day there are at least there are multiple deaths. You hear the story about the old man?
Oh, the 72-year-old? Yeah.
It sounds like a fable, though.
Yeah. Left tire blows out. He goes into the guardrail. He gets out of his car to take an assessment of what's happening. Camaro hits from behind because he didn't make it. When he hit the guardrail, he reflected back off. It's still halfway into the lane.
Yeah.
Gets out of his car to go out and see what the damage is. Camaro hits him from behind, kills him. Boom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just from a blowout tires, because these roads are bananas and people text and don't pay attention to what they're doing.
Ever.
Another one hit in the middle of the road over in the south side of town. It's just like every day there's somebody getting run over.
But you know what I learned recently that I never expected? Do you know where do you think our crosswalk laws came from?
The Bible.
School board.
No, Jack, where do you think where the crosswalk laws came from?
Wyoming.
I bet a lot of people assume that they always came from police departments. That they were the ones who established what a jaywalking what that law is. No, it's the automotive industry. It's just like how the plastics industry is the one who came up with recycling, which is a sham. It was actually the automotive industry, which are the ones who came up with the term jaywalking and crosswalks, because when automobiles first hit the American landscape, people hated them. Yeah. People used to walk in the middle of the road, and now come these big, loud, lumbering machines. So the automotive industry is like, okay, well, how can we keep people from dying and making our product continue to look bad? Now you have jaywalking.
It's your fault.
It's your fault, just like the plastics industry.
It's not the runaway
Look
car.
at something shiny. We can turn it into a park bench in 100 years, maybe. All right, 4 people are hurt after a boat exploded in Volusia County.
Oh, my God. Did we get that video up?
I did not post
Okay,
it.
good.
I was waiting to see how they were doing.
Because one of them, oh, man, this video is crazy.
The Daytona Beach
saw it on the news.
Fire Department said it happened yesterday afternoon at the Halifax Harbor Marina. Now, 3 of those hurt received treatment on the scene and did not need to go to the hospital, but another victim, she was flown to the hospital in Orlando to be treated for serious burns. There's no word on what caused the explosion or the cost of damages to the boat.
Well, I have to tell you, it looks, I'm not going to say what it is, but it does resemble a propane explosion pretty close. It looks,
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looks, so it was a cuddy cabin, which means it's got a little cabin up front, like
Right.
a cuddy cabin. It looks like maybe one of the, it looks like that thing filled up with gas and just got ignited. That's what it looks like. The whole back end of the thing blows out. It's bananas.
Oh, wow. Well, our website where you can post is finally back online, so you can finally post things
Thank
again.
you.
You're welcome. I tried posting something earlier. It's like, what the hell is going on? All right, meanwhile, if you were also at the beach, hundreds of people from Volusia County beaches are recovering from jellyfish stings they got over the weekend. Beach safety officials said
Right,
more...
That used to frighten me.
Yes.
I hated those things, man.
That was the thing I feared in the ocean was jellyfish.
Understandably so, because beach safety said more than 300 incidents were reported just in the last few days, and officials aren't sure what kind of species they are, but they believe they could be a sea wasp, which are more powerful than just a normal jellyfish.
Okay, that's
No,
good.
this isn't the time for inventing new monsters. We have enough problems.
I can only pee on so many feet and legs.
I got a couple of friends who want a jellyfish thing.
The reason behind the recent rise in interactions are being linked to an offshore wind that's pushing marine life closer to the shoreline. And speaking of those winds, something's brewing out in the open waters of the Atlantic.
Really?
Yeah, National Hurricane Center storm trackers are eyeing a tropical wave tracking west across the eastern Atlantic, producing disorganized showers and storms. It has about a 30 or 40% chance of development within the next 5 days. And again, as we get closer to, I believe, September 21st, which I believe is the statistical peak of the Atlantic hurricane season, we'll start to hear more and more. Last-minute preparations are underway as NASA prepares to launch its Artemis 1 mission a week from today.
Craziness.
The space agency is scheduled to give an update tonight from the Space Coast. The mission marks the beginning of a program aimed at getting humans back to the moon after 52 years. Officials say they're hoping to have the first woman and person of color on the lunar surface by 2025. I think the thing that makes this so fascinating, it's a 42-day mission, completely unmanned, loop around the moon, come back home.
It's pretty cool. People talking about it up there. I mean, you could hear conversations about
Really?
For us, it's kind of it's just news we can hop over and check out. But for people around the nation, these rocket launches are still gigantically big deals. I mean, for us it is too, but because we get to see so many of them and they're like in our backyard.
Oh, we're spoiled.
We're a little spoiled, but
this is so much more significant than just a bunch of internet satellites going up, because this is not the commercial partnership. This is NASA doing what NASA did back in the 60s. This is a new rocket meant to go to the moon. So,
and we haven't seen anything this big blast off since the Saturn.
Yeah.
I mean, not even the shuttle.
I can't wait to see
Nothing this
it.
big. It's,
What time
Is
does it
that
go
a
up?
week from today?
8:33 a.m. is when the launch window opens.
Oh, man. I wish it was at night.
100,000, I know, 100,000 people expected. City of Titusville already released traffic plans on how to get out of town after the launch.
Yeah.
I believe another newspaper on the Space Coast has got great breakfast areas where you can see Artemis sitting on the launch pad.
Oh, man, can you imagine those Uber rates?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
I've heard those nerds are going to party till like 9:30.
Yeah. Yo, dude, pass me that Zima.
Another one?
Well, if you are planning to drive out toward the Space Coast, maybe even just to go to the beach, the good news is gas prices continue to fall across Florida. The average for a gallon of regular is $3.53. That's 11 cents lower than a week ago, and AAA reports the state average has fallen for at least 10 consecutive weeks. It felt so nice to be able to fill up today, almost on E, and it took less than $40.
Wow, good for you.
It was so, thank you.
You drive a lawnmower now?
However, a spokesman says pump prices could soon level out, and the state average may eventually plateau somewhere in the 340s.
All right.
Still better than the 490s.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I know we're going to be talking to Brandon Kravitz from our sister station, 96.9 The Game, in a little bit, but a report says Tom Brady, who skipped training camp for a week to spend time with his family in the Bahamas, returned today with the Tampa Bay Bucks. Pro Football Network reports Brady told the team the trip was planned before his decision to return for his 23rd NFL season in March, just after his initial retirement announcement.
And all that trip did was save his marriage.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Because if you tell your wife you're retiring and she makes all these great plans and then you back out, guess what? your team's just going to have to understand.
Well, the team wisely has stood behind Brady's decision. The Bucs will take their next game on the road as they prepare to play against the Indianapolis Colts this Saturday, and that's what every report was, that she wasn't satisfied with our marriage.
Maybe one dude, he's the only guy in the entire league that could do that and go back into the locker room and nobody says a word.
Exactly.
I mean, nobody even, high five, champ. High five. Let me welcome. Can I get you anything?
Right. Good job. Good job. All right. A Nassau County teenager, this is from Hilliard, Florida.
All right.
Is drawing national attention for his hair. Oh, yeah.
No,
Hilliard's.
This could only mean one thing.
Get this name, man. Get this name. Fisher Mons. That's his name.
Fisher Mons.
Fisher Mons from Hilliard, Florida.
All right.
He came in second yesterday in the 2022 USA Mullet Championships.
Oh, yeah.
Teen division.
Oh, yeah. Very nice.
Voting was done online, and the 15-year-old who sports lovely layers of curls was just 19 votes behind a Wisconsin teen.
Damn, really?
Way to rep the cheddar steak.
That's right.
Way to rep.
I got to tell you, I think I would probably, if I could get hair back, I would wear it a year as a mullet.
Would you really?
Just to pay for getting hair back.
Mullets are popular again. Birkenstocks are popular. I mean, whatever. Just be you, boo.
All those Denver Mountain people have mullets. Mullets and hiking sandals.
Yep, there you go.
I think it's all because of Theo Vaughn.
Right, probably so. You're right.
I really think he's the one that brought back the mullet.
Theo Vaughn is this, and he's kind of country too. Matter of fact, he's Louisiana. He's a coon ass, and he just ripped this like Oliver Tree mullet, right? Like it was like a bowl cut with a mullet.
Yeah, I think he's the one who brought it back.
Could be. Speaking of bringing something back, Russian President Vladimir Putin is bringing back an award from the Soviet era for women who have 10 children or more.
Oh, man.
The Moscow Times says Putin is bringing back the Mother Heroine Award, which was established by Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin back in 1944.
That sounds like a Stalin kind of move.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mother Heroine.
It's populate.
When the Soviet Union lost about 26 million people during World War II. So the award will be given to Russian women who give birth to 10 or more children and women who qualify.
They running out of soldiers
over
there?
Exactly. I was just about to do the voice.
Well,
Give me more soldiers.
Yeah, soldiers. And, they're already making deals with prisoners. Saying, if you'll go fight, we'll let you out.
Amnesty, baby.
Amnesty, as well as, sending messages to Syrian soldiers.
Yeah.
I mean, anyone and everyone they're willing to take in this 6-month-long war.
Brittany Griner starts throwing down in Ukraine.
Exactly.
Well, Dennis Rodman is getting ready to go to Russia to try to secure her release.
That should make it better.
Yeah.
Why did Dennis Rodman become this weird sports diplomat for us? North Korea, Russia.
Yeah.
I think that's why.
I think if you're a Russian and this guy can make friends with that guy,
right?
He's cool. He can come over.
Exactly.
He can spend the night.
Women who qualify for the Mother Heroine Award will be granted an award of about $16,000. Not real generous there at Pootie Poot when you're thinking 10 or more kids. $16,000 will get you, what, a week of diapers?
Sanctions.
Right,
Sanctions.
Well, the award comes as Russia's population continues to decline. Russia currently has about 145 million people. And then finally, we've all heard the phrase, practice random acts of kindness. Well, there's no better day to abide by those words as today, even if it's a Monday, because it's National Be an Angel Day. Some suggestions for observing the day include checking in on an elderly neighbor, maybe doing some volunteering if you're like Jack Bradshaw, donating some blood, or simply taking time out of your day to listen to someone or offer some kind words. We know you struggle, but you can do it. Sharing a meal is also an option, and you can take into consideration that it's also National Eat a Peach Day.
Oh, nice. I love peaches. Bought some last night.
Almond Brothers.
Oh, yeah. Eat a peach.
Peach emoji is what came to my mind.
Is not saying a negative thing just as good as saying a nice thing?
No.
Okay, I was trying to give Jim angel points for not pointing out that you call me Bradshaw.
Yeah.
I know. I was hoping nobody had noticed.
Oh, I didn't know that you weren't in transition when it left, so.
I think I'm kind of with Jack, actually. It's the same absolute value.
What do you mean by that?
If you say something negative, that puts you down to a negative, number.
But then not saying something positive?
Yeah.
Like
then
abstaining from commenting at all is just the same as saying something negative?
It's saying something positive.
Oh, really?
No.
I don't know. I like that.
I just think it shows improvement for someone whose default position is an asshole.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
I feel like he's
I
talking
love
to
how
me for
you.
some reason.
Yeah, but he's looking deeply into my eyes.
I know, that's what makes it weird.
Tell me about it.
And very PA. Very PA.
Way to go, McGee.
And here's a joke about peaches. Yeah, there you go.
And now you all are officially woke, and Woke News is brought to you by Home Loans Radio with that mortgage guy, Don, and he knows mortgage rates have gone up, but he wants to remind you, so has your home value, and that means you can tap into that hard-earned equity right now. Pay off some student loans, pay some back taxes, or forget those things. Buy that dream car. And then this Saturday, watch that mortgage guy, Don, defend his title over Jim Colbert at the Real Radio Poker Tournament. Again, this Saturday, August 27th from the HomeLoansRadio.com casino. Casino passes are still available at realradio.fm/poker, as are 3 remaining seats to sit at the poker tournament itself. If you want to ask Don any mortgage question, go to homeloansradio.com or thatmortgagguydon.com.
Thanks, Deb. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio is Real Music Weekends. Real Music Weekends. This weekend on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by attorney Mo DeWitt. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com.
Hey everybody, good Monday to you. Fox 35 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Jamie King with you down the Fox 35 Storm Center. I want to update you Central Florida weather on this Monday. You know it's going to be hot, it's going to be humid. 94 that high. Showers and storms mainly after 3 o'clock today. Your coverage at about 50%. East-southeast winds 5 to 10. Heavy rain and cloud the ground lightning. Typical offenders for this time of year. Be safe out there. 75 tonight. Showers and storms end after about 10 p.m. Then scattered clouds to the overnight warm and muggy with light winds in play. For Fox 35, I'm Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Jamie King. Keep it at a Fox for the absolute latest. You take care.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
If you're looking for storytelling that isn't saturated with wokeness, then Red Pilled America is the show for you. Great storytelling, zero wokeness. You're going to love it. Listen to Red Pilled America every week on the free iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
You know, back in the day, crime was just basically stealing some off your patio, maybe breaking in and stealing your big screen TV. But that's not the case anymore. Today's crime is violent. Breaking into your car, stealing your gas, hacking into cameras and doorbells, stealing your privacy, spying on you, sometimes even breaking into your home while you and your loved ones are there. Criminals today much smarter, violent, and empowered. You can't fight them all, but you can do it. You can't do it with DIY alarms, but you can do it with SafeTouch's security and surveillance 5-star system with 5 layers of detection designed to stop today's criminals in their track. Crooks know to stay away from SafeTouch signs. The new advanced technology cameras with analytics alert the homeowner via text or video notification that the property's been violated, and they alert the crooks they're being recorded and that the authorities have been notified. And SafeTouch's crash and smash alert SafeTouch monitoring systems that a protected door or opening has been violated before they even enter the home. Once inside the house, the two-way communicator gets to work notifying the police a potential crime is detected, allowing for faster, safer responses. And of course, all of this advanced SafeTouch equipment is backed by a lifetime parts and labor warranty as long as you are a monitored SafeTouch customer. Take the surprise advantage away from the crooks with a SafeTouch security system. Call today. Receive professional installation at no charge. 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com. Don't delay. Demand is at an all-time high. That's safetouch.com. State license EF233.
Shop the Conn's Labor Day sale with deals too good to miss. Starting this Thursday, save up to 35% on Hot Buy appliances and save an additional 10% on appliance packages. Plus, get free next day delivery. And here's the best part. Conn's now offers layaway, a great payment option if you love it today and want it in time for the holidays. Don't miss the 35% off Hot Buy appliances this Thursday during the Conn's Labor Day sale in-store or at cons.com.
With prices increasing everywhere, Duke Energy is here to help with your energy bill, offering a variety of customer assistance programs. Lower rates for using energy at different times of day, free energy insights to help lower your bill, and payment plans and programs that make staying on budget easier. We're Duke Energy, And we're here to help you. Paid for by Duke Energy shareholders.
There are some financial institutions who care more about helping you reach your goals, so they offer solutions and tools to make something that seems impossible become a reality. Fairwinds. Visit fairwinds.org.
If you're a pro that paints, the Home Depot is here to save you money. Paint stores try to convince you you're getting a good deal by offering deep discounts on paint, but what they don't tell you is the starting price is too high to begin with. The real question is, how much are you paying per gallon? Nobody beats the Home Depot's price per gallon on Behr paint, guaranteed. We offer everyday low prices on every gallon of top-rated Behr paint, stains, and primers. Plus, our pros earn discounts through our Pro Extra Paint Rewards program. That's the value of the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only. See store for details.
Response to International Diamond Center's Summer of Savings event has been incredible, but this is it, the final days. You have until August 31st to take advantage of the year's most attractive offer. Get IDC's amazing value price and spread your payments over 2 years with 0 interest. And as a special bonus, IDC will even cover your first 2 payments. It's incredible, and everything's included. Thousands of engagement rings, designer jewelry, colored gemstones, pendants, bands, bracelets, the largest selection ever. Or if you prefer, you can get an instant 25% savings on all wedding bands during this incredible event. Take an amazing 25% off any wedding band. But there's just one catch. This spectacular Summer of Savings event ends August 31st at 6 p.m. and will not be extended. So hurry, pick any item, take advantage of 2 years 0 interest financing, and let IDC even cover your first 2 payments. Now through the end of August only, and only at International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando locations on approved credit.
Celebrate the next giant leap in space travel in honor of the historic Artemis mission. Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex is hosting special pre-launch events from August 26th through the 28th. Get tickets at kennedyspacecenter.com.
This is it. Your last chance to win $5,000 a week forever from Publishers Clearinghouse. There are just days left to enter. Win $5,000 a week for your life. Then after that, someone you choose gets $5,000 a week for their life. But you must enter at PCH.com before it's too late. Leave a legacy for your loved ones. Hurry, time is running out. So enter now at PCH.com. $5,000 a week forever. Don't miss your last chance to win it this August 31st. Enter now at PCH.com. Entries due 8/29. No purchase necessary. Void or prohibited.
Come on, we're gonna be late to the cookout.
I was just packing up my famous mac and cheese.
I hope you packed the Pepto, too.
Huh?
Pepto-Bismol provides fast relief from heartburn and indigestion. You know, that uncomfortable feeling after you eat too much? And after the deviled eggs, baked beans, and barbecue ribs? You're gonna need it.
Barbecue ribs? I should probably pack an extra shirt, too.
Good call.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by Florida Jobs Now.
Come on. Heart our stuff. At Real Radio 1041 on TikTok. Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show. Also available to watch, if you're into that kind of thing, at The Jim Colbert Show on Twitch.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. You can always text us. That's easy. 77031. Just send it right to that number. We'll get it right here. Read it sometimes. You can also leave us a talk back. Just go to the iHeartRadio app, download that. It's free. Get to the Real Radio section. You'll see a little microphone. Just record, and it'll send right to us, and we'll put those up after we as we come back from breaks as well. Jack will do that for you.
Sure.
Who's this?
Do you remember it?
Hold on. Turn it up.
It's a FIFA song. The song is called Young Folks. I believe it's from the 90s. But the artist is Peter, Bjorn, and John.
Oh, yeah. There's not a million.
Yeah.
No way I'd make that one. You lost me at Bjorn.
2006.
All right, welcome back. I'm
2006.
Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. We'll have Brandon Kravitz in the 4 o'clock hour, around 4:20, talk a little sports and stuff. There's a couple stories out there. I got to go to a Rockies game while I was up in Denver at school.
That's very cool. That's
that
one
field
thing
is gorgeous.
I want to. I want to take the opportunity when I travel. I think I need to travel more to do this. Is actually go to baseball games in different stadiums.
That was my daughter's, like, one of her. She did such a great job planning this. I mean, she made sure that everybody had a little something to do if they weren't if they weren't used to being in town, she pre-purchased a block of tickets from the Rockies. And with that purchase,
cool.
I mean, they were third level, but the thing is, it doesn't matter the way the field's built. You don't really lose perspective for anything, really. Yeah. And I like the fact that I'm not behind the net, because sometimes when you get on those other levels, even though that net is obviously a net for the foul balls, it does kind of offer a weird screening effect to it that I'm not really a big fan of. So we were way up in the third level, but like I said, it was great.
You're either a mile up or a mile and 300 feet up.
Yeah, you're right. $13 for the tickets. And I'm telling
Get out, really?
Yeah, $13 for the tickets. And I'm telling everybody's like, baseball's dead. I was like, man, who watches baseball? Can I tell you? Rockies fans watch baseball. They love it. That place was 3/4 full.
Yeah.
It was a blast. And the game went actually pretty darn quick. Everybody sat up there, and when you watch, you could either watch the game or just have a conversation with all the, because there was like 30 of us there or whatever, and everybody was just kind of talking. I was getting caught up with a bunch of my kids' friends who she hadn't seen in a while, and she absolutely adores, because, we were one of those houses. I'm sure everybody out there has got that house. We were one of the houses that, all the kids had come to, and they felt comfortable. It wasn't like nobody was weird. Everything was cool. Well, we always had a good time. We kind of demanded respect. So they came in, and it was,
it's the way it should be.
It was like a thing. It was good. But, we lost track of some of those kids. Through Facebook, you see them and stuff. We don't see them in person in a while. And now they're all young adults with their own relationships, having kids.
They still call you Mr. Colbert?
They just call me Jim now. They just call me Mr. Jim. They dropped the Mister.
Like a Nick Jr. cartoon?
Yeah. Exactly what it was. I thought that was better than Mr. Colbert. Did you call me Mr. Jim and Miss Tori? That's how it worked out great.
Miss Tori?
Yeah.
Almost mystery?
No, stop.
Sick.
All right, 407
see what you did
916
there.
1041.
That's nice. Good move.
Had a really good time, though. The game was great. And I will tell you the one thing, if you visit Denver, you're going to realize, much like 7-Elevens here in Central Florida, you will not have to look far for one. They will build them across from each other, on top of each other, right next door to each other. You can literally walk in one and through a wall into another one.
What are you talking about?
Breweries.
Okay.
They're everywhere. I mean, you think the medical marijuana thing is there. I mean, there's no question it's present, but it's not like overrunning. I think when people believe you hear a community that has,
recreational.
Recreational, that it's just every dreg is going to be sitting on the corner honking on a joint or whatever. Smelled it twice the entire trip. Installed dispensaries, but man, way more breweries. Like, way more breweries. They're everywhere.
Did you drink a lot?
We had some beers, yeah.
We
had a couple beers, yeah. I think we went to 4 while we were there, and didn't really have time. Played golf, mountain golf.
Hell yeah,
dude, that was great. I mean, anytime you hit a 4-iron like 240, it's great.
Oh yeah,
you just crush it.
Oh no, our ratings.
Yeah, exactly. But it was a wonderful trip. Had a good time, and the airline thing was a mess. It really was. And another thing we didn't really talk about. I want to make sure we hit this break on time, so I only have a couple minutes. I'll set it up. We can talk about it. There was some real weird tragedy stuff that happened around this. Not only did my plane get turned around, another plane that had a person that was in the bridal party, that got turned around because of a rambunctious passenger that wound up getting arrested in Tampa the minute they took him off the plane. On top of that, so for people who do not know, and this gets weird sometimes, Russ Rollins from the Monsters used to be my brother-in-law. I was married to his sister for many, many years, so I knew that family, the Rollins family, for many, many years. I was part of it for, I think, 14 or 15 years or so. And his mom, who is 81, his father passed a few years back, his mom, who's 81, decided to make the trip up to go to the wedding because, that's her granddaughter. Gets off the airplane, and from what I understand, either right there in the terminal or in the gangway, trips over a bag that's lying on the ground and falls and breaks her hip.
Oh.
Misses the wedding because she's in surgery.
What?
And on top of that, came out of surgery pretty well. I just remembered that she, this had happened to her a few years back when she was helping her daughter do some work around her school. So she's had both of them done, and she has to be in like a rehab in Denver for 2 weeks up there, just because she can't fly. I guess because of the blood clot thing.
Oh,
does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So
exactly, and especially that's such a big bone.
And she's saying, so she can't fly. So she's got to be up there in rehab to to solidify her ability to move around and to make sure she's safe to fly before she even gets home. And I've heard there's a possibility she may not be able to fly then, and they may have to take her home in a vehicle. Anybody want to run those numbers for you?
That Uber?
I think it's like 25 or 26 hours. Ooh. Something like that. Close to 30 hours on the road.
And would it have to be like in some kind of like medical caravan?
No. You could do it in a van, just as long or whatever, as long as you have a comfortable seat. But that could be the case.
Jostler.
Man, oh man.
Whoa.
I mean, we just could not believe.
Painkillers for everybody.
And we were kind of not laughing at that situation, but like of all the things that happened around it. And
seriously.
And then had the thing finally go off and have it be perfect. Like the wedding itself was perfect.
Oh man.
Couldn't have happened. We even they set up a Zoom camera so she could watch it from her hotel from her hospital room.
Oh, that's good.
It was kind of cool there.
Wow.
Crazy though. All right, 407-916-1041. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
The home of real talk and effective tools for self-care. What is that sensation? It's called optimism. Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. goldsmithjewelry.com.
Well, avoid eastbound I-4. The exit to the turnpike is blocked at this time due to police activity. Westbound travel on I-4 at the turnpike also has some police restrictions there, so just avoid this area altogether if you can. Eastbound I-4 is also heavy between Osceola Parkway and State Road 535. The beach line up to speed. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477 from the Traffic Center. I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
While many, if not all of us, know about the Gettysburg Address, most of us don't know about the Cooper Union Address, the speech that made Abraham Lincoln president. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Man, I'm going to tell you, going to Denver for a couple days, then coming back here, well, let's just say it's a shaka because it is super hot comparatively. And if you don't have an AC company you can lean on here in Central Florida, your days are going to be long and miserable and sweaty. That's why myself and Ross lean on Mills Air. You can do it as well. 30 years of experience keeping Central Floridians nice and cool, and that is important. Their techs are awesome people, and they can service every brand. Doesn't even matter what kind of AC you have. The guys at Mills Air can service it and repair it for sure, but they happen to be Carrier Factory authorized dealers, and that can get you up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier, and you can always turn to family-owned and operated Mills Air. Love these guys. Give them a call today, 407-277-1159. Find them online easily at millsair.com.
Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, September 23rd and 24th at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Tickets are on sale right now, AXS.com.
Stream it free on the CW app and CWTV.com.
Listen for the keyword weekdays at 9 a.m., 1 p.m., and 5 p.m. Brought to you locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air in business since 1992 here in Central Florida. That's over 29 years. They're not going anywhere. Carrier Factory authorized dealers. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now up to $1,275 in rebates. Go to millsair.com.
Breathe new life into life at home with IKEA Festival. 10 topics, one purpose. To get more out of the homes we love. What are you passionate about? Art, dance, music, food, fur babies. Get inspired, create, and share with us with celebrations, giveaways, IKEA family offers, and live streams with expert advice. It's all happening at IKEA Festival. Join us from August 26th through September 10th online or at your local IKEA store. Learn more at IKEA-USA.com.
I'm Rebecca. I was injured in a car accident and hired one of the big TV law firms. They sent me to an injury clinic that I felt just wanted to make money off me. I needed an attorney and doctors who cared about me. I called attorney Glenn Klausman, and he helped me get the best doctors who really helped me. I was extremely pleased with my settlement. He also got me $10,000 for vet bills for my dog that was injured in the accident, and he did that for free. Call attorney Glenn Klausman at 407-917-1718. Glenn Klausman, Office, Winter Park.
Did you know audio memory lasts 6 times longer than visual memory? That's why businesses advertise with iHeartMedia, the #1 audio company in the country. Reach consumers with radio, podcasting, streaming, and more. Make your business a household name and visit iHeartAdvertising.com or call 844-BUY-RADIO. Grow your reach, grow your business. Call iHeartMedia today. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com or call 844-BUY-RADIO.
Nobody likes being a car salesman. And in this scenario, you're selling me your car. So don't lie, and I'll buy on the top money at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Baby boomers and retirees, stop the leftist smash and grab of your retirement savings. Take action now to shield your savings from socialism and volatile markets. National talk show host and best-selling author Chuck Oliver of The Hidden Wealth Solution will teach you how to get a head start to be retirement tax smart. Imagine learning proven strategies that are saving boomers and retirees thousands in unnecessary taxes. Visit taxessaved.com. taxessaved.com.
All smashed up, don't know what to do. Just call Mo so you won't be singing the blues. Injured on the go, just call Mo. 866-CALL-MO.
Orlando Attorney Mo DeWitt, sung by a non-attorney spokesperson.
You've trusted Cars for Kids with your car donations for over 2 decades. Now Cars for Kids can help with your property donations too. If you're spending money on a property you don't use or hassling with out-of-state properties, donate to Cars for Kids instead. It's simple and easy. They will take over all taxes, maintenance, and insurance obligations. Best of all, you'll receive a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. To donate, visit carsforkidsrealestate.org or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today to learn more. That's CARS with a K.
As a small business owner, the last thing you need are nonsense fees on internet and phone service. Spectrum Business doesn't have any of the nonsense fees other providers charge.
CenturyLink charges me a facility relocation cost recovery fee.
I have AT&T, and I'm paying an administrative expense fee.
Switch to Spectrum Business and get the best value for business internet and phone with no nonsense. Visit spectrum.com/business.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
Is an Amscot cash advance right for you? Compare for yourself. Often, it can be less than the late fee on an overdue bill. With Amscot, you could get up to $500 on the spot with no credit check.
Amscot.
Some restrictions apply.
Save time and money with the aluminum fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need to easily install it yourself with 0 down and 0% financing. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
Divorce? Call Trenley and Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind studio. Your accident, your future, your attorney. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or call pound 546 from your cell. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station. This is the Jim Colbert Show. Also available on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Just search The Jim Colbert Show.
Just a little tidbit for woke news. Jaywalking is pretty much a racial slur.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks again for tuning in. We appreciate that on this beautiful Monday. Expecting some pretty inclement weather all week, actually.
Oh, yeah.
It's supposed to be a nasty week. And you know, it's so funny, going back to the wedding real quick, we found out as we came into town, the 2 days before we got there, it was a torrential, absolute downpour for 2 straight days, and they didn't even know if the thing was going to go off, and then it just dried up for those 2 days and went right back to it.
And we had severe weather while you were away.
I lost a tree in my front yard.
Did you?
Yeah, I came home to a downed tree in my front yard.
Just ran away?
Yeah, it just broke in half. Like in the middle of the tree, it broke in half. That's how bad it was. And I lost 2 ornamental trees in the front of my house.
Oh, that guy's going to leave another talk back.
It was bad. Yeah, him. All right, 407-916-1041. Jack, how did your garage sale go this weekend?
Thank you for the weather, because although we had that heavy rains right up until the weekend, that was, a concern. You put all this stuff out in your driveway, and you're like, oh, let's hope it doesn't rain. And it did not. It was just super hot, but had a good turnout, and it went as well as could be expected, maybe even better than can be expected. Since I mentioned in the past that it was something I said I'd never do again, and I did not come away with that feeling this time. It was a good opportunity for my daughter to be part of the process, and also kind of, you learn a lot. You see a lot of different kind of people, a lot of nice people,
and then a lot of.
There were 2 people. two sets of people trying to pretty much run a scam, I would say.
Really?
Was I accurate last week when I described them? Or was it a different group?
No, actually, you were. Spot on. Yeah.
100%.
There was a misdirection going on, and then they try and overload you, and then there's they just like start grabbing stuff and kind of walking away, and you're like, whoa. And meanwhile, someone pops up and has me in conversation. My daughter's like, Dad, I can use your help.
Yep. What'd you sell a lot of? What did you find? Because it's always the thing with garage sales. You'll put stuff out there, and you're like, oh, this is going to go fast.
And that's the thing you're stuck with.
It doesn't even sell at all. And then wind up buying all the baby clothes or wind up buying like kitchen stuff.
Yeah, it's...
clothes are a big mover right now, by the way.
So, not a lot. Because basically it was my clothes. It was a lot of my dress shirts that I just don't wear anymore.
But that's what happens. So they sell. They take them to thrift shops, or they take them and they put them online and they sell them. If it has a brand name, Hilfiger, Polo, anything like that,
Nike,
you can sell it. I mean, it'll sell. I mean, even if you sell it for $6.
Well, how much stuff did you sell? What percentage of stuff did you
that's a good
throw
point.
out that you sold?
Did you sell half of it?
Yeah.
Wow, that's actually very good.
Less than half. I was
half
actually
price Sunday?
satisfied. Half price Sunday.
That'll work.
And then, we did 8 to 1 both days. And then I'm like, okay, I'm just going to fill up a box of stuff and bring this to Goodwill. And I ended up filling up a van of stuff and donated to Goodwill. Still had stuff at my house and still sold a considerable amount.
That will answer the question of do I need it or not is when you have to load it back into the house after you've loaded it out of the house.
Yeah.
Like, do I want to put this back in there so I just have to take it back out again in a week?
Yeah. But sold stuff that I was just so happy to be rid of because it was like I knew it's only going to take up space, and it was either that or the curb, and it just like they took it out. It felt like such a victory.
Single biggest sell, money wise?
Oh,
got to be the TV, right?
Did not sell the TV.
What about the dog?
Sold the dog.
Good.
That's what.
Any Yankee stuff?
Yeah, I did. I had some Yankee stuff, but I have so much Yankee stuff. It was some of the extra collectibles I have. Actually, that was one of the first things that went. Did $25 for old. It was like 40 years old. This pipe lawn furniture.
Okay.
Very PVC.
Very collectible right now. People are buying that stuff and refurbishing it and selling it to people because it's retro and it's cool.
It needed a little love, but he took it, and I was just so thankful I didn't have to drag it around and store it in my back of the house for another 20 years.
You laugh at the clothing thing. The textile, the retro textile business is so big right now. You go into places like Plato's Closet or even Goodwill has a boutique area in some of their stores, and you go back there and it's just name brands. You should see what they're getting for these old shirts as long as they're name brands. I mean, you're paying $35 for an old shirt because it's an OG 70s or 80s shirt. Like $35, $40 for those things, sometimes more. It's crazy how much value that stuff has had. And I found out this week because we were shopping for my wife for the wedding, and she wore a vintage. If you see any of the photographs, that dress she's wearing was made in '66. So it's a 60s dress. So she wanted to kind of keep that theme throughout the outfit. So she bought a little purse that kind of is a remake of a 60s kind of purse with some flowers and stuff on it and a cool little belt and everything. But shoes were the hard thing. As we kind of went around town for some places we knew that sold vintage women's shoes, hoping to get lucky with the size and color and stuff, we came to the conclusion that there is a gigantic business in vintage brand name women's shoes. And if anybody had the wherewithal to kind of open up a small shop and try to create some inventory somehow, some way, it is an absolute, it is there for a fortune. I mean, it's crazy how much they were charging for shoes that were 30 and 40, 50 years old. $100 a pair, some of them, $80, $90 a pair.
The things that people asked for, more than one person asked for that I didn't have was vinyl, because I wasn't selling any of what I had. Or baseball cards, because I wasn't selling what I had. And it's people looking to find
that gem,
something that you don't know
exactly
the value of.
They think you don't know, right?
Yep. And so
garage sales are easy too, because a lot of people go to estate sales to find that stuff. But the problem is with estate sales is sometimes they will have that inventory of that property for quite a while, and they can do the research. And most of those people kind of already know at a glance what can have intrinsic value and what can't. But with garage sales, you don't get that kind of knowledge because most of those people just want to clear out their house.
Now, I think I might have lost out on in that situation on one thing because the thing that did not sell that I had 3 crates of, books.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Zero interest in books.
Total shocker.
What do you think? People are nerds?
So, and I ended up, I think I sold 2 books out of both days. 2 books. But one guy looked at the books, asked about books, left, then came back 10 minutes later, and he had cash in his hand.
Yeah.
And then he bought 1 book and then some DVDs.
What was the book?
It was a Bible.
Really? What year?
You were selling a Bible.
Yeah. And what are you laughing at?
There's karma involved there.
Yeah,
You'll pay for
Do you
that
have
later.
another Bible in the house? Is this like a spare Bible?
I got a ton of Bibles. My mom had so many books. It was a lot of
She was
stuff.
a reader.
Yeah.
I mean, she owns multiple copies of the Bible.
Could be the binding. Could be it's a first edition of some special
So
Bible.
I'm wondering if he left, did a little research, and then came back and said, "Oh yeah, I could. That's worth something."
That's what I do. I go up and I'll find something. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'll just put it down like it's no big deal. Go to another room and do the research. Or you take a picture. Like if you find art. Another thing is, man, people miss out on paper money. So because there's artists out there, specifically in Florida, South Florida, really, but you find a really unique painting or whatever, and if it's an original, and you can feel the texture on the, I mean, you should really start researching those names because you never know. I mean, It's not all just like the big names about art. There are a lot of local people whose paintings can still be in the thousands of dollars that you've never heard of.
Is it rude to ask what the total net was?
Oh yeah. He's not going to tell you that.
No, I'm not. But my neighbor who helped me out tremendously.
He's already given his percentage to somebody else based on a totally different number.
Yeah.
Man, you know him.
He can't talk now because I called him out. Yeah. It's like when you sell a used car and you write on the title that you only paid $1,000 for it, but you really paid $6,000, so you don't have to pay the taxes on it. Yeah, Jack, nobody knows that trick.
So my neighbor was extremely helpful. I mean, unbelievable. But he brought some stuff over, and one of the things he brought, and I took pictures. I was posted on social media. That's the thing that caught everyone's attention, and it was about a 15-year run of Playboy magazine.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Somebody weren't yours, wink, wink.
Somebody
nudge,
on one of
nudge.
your pictures, I think, cropped that out and said, "What are you doing here, Bradshaw?"
Yeah. Oh, by the way, thanks, Mikey, because then my wife saw that and she's like, "Oh, by the way, where's that?"
Yeah. Where were they?
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-104. Quick call, and we'll go to break. Get to Brandon Kravitz. Hey, Devin, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Devin, you there?
Hello?
Yeah, buddy. What's up?
Brandon, it's Brandon.
Oh,
Hey,
I'm
how's it
sorry.
going, guys?
That's on me.
You're fine. Oh yeah, I was just chiming in about the vintage clothing ordeal. I actually own a vintage clothing store here in Daytona called Daytona Vintage on 114 North Beach Street.
Okay.
And there is so I want to explain a little bit as to why people see so much value and care so much about vintage clothing. And it's that same kind of like idea that, when you guys mentioned like how crazy it is that T-shirts could be $30, $40, but people are so open to like actual artwork being rare, and you could suggest that people look up the actual artists who made that. But it's actually very relevant because the collectability is the idea that there is artists who make the tees, and it's the idea that instead of paying crazy money for a piece of art that, of course, you're going to appreciate hanging on a wall in your house, but we look at it as wearable art.
That's actually that's actually very cool. We got to roll, buddy. Thanks for your call, though. But that's actually a really unique observation. I've never heard that before. I know that maybe with concert T-shirts, but I'm not even talking about that. We know those have value. We're talking about just regular dress shirts or like cool pants or something. I mean, they have a lot of value if they
golf hats.
All right, 407-916-1041. Take a little break. Brandon Kravitz next with some sports. Back in a second.
Something on your mind? Text us at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash? Contact Clausman Law at clausmanlaw.com.
We'll avoid eastbound travel on I-4. The exit to the turnpike is blocked due to police activity. Westbound delays too and blockage, so just avoid this whole area right now. We'll keep you posted. No reported issues along the 408. The beach line is accident-free and up to speed, as well as 417. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477 from the Traffic Center. I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Northern Tool and Equipment. Northern Tool and Equipment Sidewalk Sale is this Thursday through Sunday. Stop in and save up to 60% on hundreds of their best-selling tools and equipment. Visit northerntool.com to find store locations near you.
Time to upgrade your bathroom, and you've known it for years. You just don't even want to think about what it takes to get a new bathroom in your house. You've heard all those nightmare stories, it taking months, costing thousands over budget, and then the people in and out of your house every day, or you just don't even trust them. Well, that's the great thing about Rebath. It's all controlled by the company. You have to deal with none of that, and even better, they have the products to install. And that's the cool thing, was now you don't have to go out shopping for the tile or the lighting or the tubs or toilets. It's all right there from name brands you've known forever. And even better than all that, they even have a design team to help you put all that together so it really complements your home. Whether it be a master bath or a guest bath, it doesn't matter. Rebath has the manpower and the materials to make that look amazing. Natural stone, travertine, and marble, all those beautiful colors cut perfectly, no grout lines. All the tubs, toilets, sinks, lighting, it's all right there. Have them install it. You're going to love it. See what you get, too. You can do that. 436 up in Altamont, right across from Kobe. That's where you'll find the showroom. Slide in, like, this is what I got to do, and then book your appointment. It's easy. It's Rebath, midfla.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by RC Hill Mitsubishi, Highway 1792 in DeLand.
Having trouble with your AC? Call our friends at Mills Air, 407-277-1159. With 30 years of experience, they can certainly help you out. Carrier factory authorized dealers with up to $1,275 in rebates towards that brand new Carrier unit. Family owned and operated, it's millsair.com.
Dragons are coming. Step back into the world of Game of Thrones with the new HBO original series, House of the Dragon, now streaming on HBO Max. Each week, return to Westeros for the inside scoop with the official Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon.
Dreams didn't make us kings. Dragons did.
Listen to the official Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Summer of Trucks sales event is going on right now. Visit nationstrucks.com and make no payments until December with approved credit and get $500 in free gas or diesel fuel with any purchase. Ford, Chevy, Dodge, Ram, GMC, find them all at Nations Trucks, the world's largest independent truck dealer.
There are 16 spots in the playoffs and just one track left. Well, not just any track, Daytona. A last chance to keep playoff hopes alive and for fans to experience an event unlike any other. NASCAR weekend at Daytona International Speedway, August 26th and 27th. Get your tickets now at DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com.
So your next job is scheduled to start, and your client wants the building painted yesterday. That means you need paint, and you need it fast. Let the Home Depot and Behr handle it with same-day or next-day delivery on top-rated Behr paints, stains, and primers, delivered straight to the job site. Whether you're buying in bulk or need just enough for the job, we'll make sure you're prepared on time, every time. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
If you've been involved in a car accident and are not sure of your legal options, call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733 and take back control of your life.
Office in Orlando.
Response to International Diamond Center's Summer of Savings event has been incredible, but this is it, the final days. You have until August 31st to take advantage of the year's most attractive offer. Get IDC's amazing value price and spread your payments over 2 years with zero interest. And as a special bonus, IDC will even cover your first 2 payments. It's incredible, and everything's included. Thousands of engagement rings, designer jewelry, colored gemstones, pendants, bands, bands, bracelets, the largest selection ever. Or if you prefer, you can get an instant 25% savings on all wedding bands during this incredible event. Take an amazing 25% off any wedding band. But there's just one catch. This spectacular Summer of Savings event ends August 31st at 6 p.m. and will not be extended. So hurry, pick any item, take advantage of 2 years zero interest financing, and let IDC even cover your first 2 payments. Now through the end of August only, and only at International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando locations on approved credit.
Hey, you're listening to me for free right now, and that's awesome because it seems like they're trying to charge you for everything these days. But not radio, and not the iHeartRadio app. It's all free. Podcasts, streaming music, digital radio, all in one for $0. It's like, why wouldn't you download it? Unless you want to pay for it, but that's weird. Don't do that. I mean, you can't. But you can listen to everything you love on the iHeartRadio app. Download it today for free.
Best price the first time. OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Leave us a little talk back if you'd like. Download the iHeartRadio app. It's free to do that. Plus, there's tons and tons of content on that thing. My God, you could never, ever in a million years listen to it all. Just go to the Real Radio section. You'll see the microphone. You can leave us a little talk back there. I am Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. And every Monday, well, most Mondays, we invite our buddy Brandon Kravitz over from 96.9 The Game.
Look, I had a couple of things play out. It just so happened to be on Mondays the last couple of weeks, but I'm back. I mean, we've been doing this for the last couple of years.
We're here to talk sports with, it's Kravitz, right, Brandon?
Hi, my name is Brandon Kravitz.
So
I'm from 96.9 The Game.
It's so good to see you, 3 to 6 every single day.
Well, how you doing, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Brian,
You know,
whatever,
so
man.
the way that this played out, the reason for those that are like, what are they talking about? I have missed the last 2 Mondays. Now, 2 weeks ago, it was because, am I being invaded? Okay,
No, you're
there's
good.
someone coming in the room. 2 weeks ago, it was because it was my son's first day in preschool.
Oh, yeah, nice.
And so we took the day off and made like a whole thing of it and dropped him off together. And then my wife and I spent some time together in the afternoon, which we never get to do.
What'd you do?
Alone. We went to the movies.
Oh.
And we went to Seasons 52 for lunch.
Nice,
And then went to the movies and then went and picked him up early. And then so because he's in school now, by the end of the week, he got sick. And then over the weekend and then into Monday, I got really sick. And so, yeah, missed both Mondays because of preschool.
Welcome to school.
Yeah.
It's
It
like
was
the
brutal.
It's like the ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, my God.
It is basically a disease petri dish.
I couldn't move on Sunday, and I was like, all right, well, at least this is the worst of it, and I'll be able to get to work on Monday. I woke up on Monday, and it was even worse than the day before, and I'm like, what is this?
Was it COVID?
It wasn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just preschool germs. They're
Yeah,
just a different breed.
They're just, it could be anything because those people, and when I say those people, I mean our children, will put their hands anywhere on their body and then, what's that taste like? All right, Daddy, what's this taste like?
Did you cry?
Did I? No, I didn't cry.
Did your
no,
wife?
because he wasn't sad. He loves it there, so
Yeah.
it makes it easy.
Well, very good. Oh,
More
so
of a joyous occasion.
Well, I'm glad you didn't have any fun while you're not joining us.
No, I had no one. Barely. The last week, none. I can promise you.
Well, we do have some big news coming out there. UCF has some big news. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. Tom Brady revisits the Bucs and starts training camp after a 2-week hiatus.
That's right, yeah.
Orlando City news out there. Let's get with it. What's happening at UCF?
So the Knights have named their starting quarterback for the 2022 season. His name is John Rice Plumlee. Started his career at quarterback for Ole Miss back in 2019. And then Matt Corral, who was highly touted college quarterback, came back from injury, so he wound up as the starter. They didn't want to take Plumlee off the field, so they converted him to wide receiver. And he played wide receiver for a couple of seasons for Ole Miss and then wanted to get back to playing quarterback. He transferred to UCF, and he won the job this fall. And so we get to see him out there. Fits perfectly for what Gus Malzahn wants to do.
Which is?
Gus Malzahn's second season, which is RPO, run pass option. He wants a quarterback that can either hand the ball off
That's
which
old
every quarterback can do.
But that's old school college football, like, right? I mean, that's kind of what. Yeah.
You know, I mean, old school, new school. I think the new school aspect of it is that the RPO is that now a lot of these quarterbacks that are sort of run first are also really skilled passers. Now, that's the part that I don't know. I mean, all I've been able to do is go back and look at highlights from 2019, but everybody looks good in a YouTube highlight reel.
Sure.
So I'm curious to see how good he is as a passer. We know that he can run. He's a super athlete. Some people say he's already the fastest guy on the field for UCF.
Wow.
So
well, if he used to be a receiver.
I mean, UCF's got some upside with him, and so it'll be exciting to see. Their first game is against South Carolina State in a couple of weeks. That's a patsy. So, you know, he'll get to show out and put up some crazy stat line, and we'll all get super excited. And then week 2, they play against Louisville at home, and that should be a pretty tough game. So we'll know pretty quick what this guy has as far as overall skill. UCF is loaded at all positions, so this could be a really dynamic year for UCF.
Really?
And it's their last year at the Group of 5 level.
That's right.
So you kind of want to see them. I've been struggling back and forth, like, how big is this season actually for UCF? Because if they fall flat on their face, screw you, we're on to the Big 12.
Sure, yeah.
Win or lose, it's not like they have to play well to get to the Big 12. They're already going there. But, of course, you'd like to see them end with a nice punctuation and enter the Big 12 with some momentum rather than
stick the
having,
landing.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, until recently, nobody wants to be the Kentucky of their division either. You know, you don't want to be in the SEC and go, yeah, we're in the SEC, and, of course, be perpetually winning 3 games every year. You know, you want to go in there with some swag a little bit and make a statement. And more importantly, I got to tell you, I think it's important, television contracts and, the national notoriety of the program. We've seen some glimpses of that. But in a big conference, it could really, I mean, if you have a really good first couple years out in a big conference, it can make a giant splash for UCF. It can really change the entire program.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and in those first couple of years, Oklahoma and Texas are still in the Big 12, so you get an opportunity to play them. And if UCF is lights out next season, you're talking about a potential college football playoff team without having to be absolutely perfect in order to get there.
And this isn't like the worst community to live in either. When you talk about competing against other communities for talent, I mean, Central Florida, in my opinion, still has a big draw. So we'll see how that goes.
Lubbock, Texas.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah, for sure. Tom Brady comes back to training camp, off for 2 weeks, shrouded in mystery. Maybe not so much anymore. What's the word?
A lot of confusion about this. He was off for 11 days.
Well, you don't tell anybody. People want, it's the worst case scenario. If you don't tell somebody, hey, I'm going to the store and then I'll be back in an hour, and you don't come back in an hour, nobody's going to go, you know what, he probably stopped to help somebody, fix a tire or something. It's never that. You're in a retention pond dying somewhere or whatever.
Yeah, I go through that all the time. But if I even heard from my wife, it's like, what's happening? So I need to do I need to travel down I-4 and find her burning vehicle? All that stuff. Yeah, I mean, and so I think the reason why people reacted to it is because it's so un-Tom Brady-like. I mean, it's really nothing that any quarterback does, but especially for someone as meticulous as Brady, this whole preseason ramp up to the regular season, it's all part of his process. He doesn't need preseason football.
He does not.
He doesn't really need any of this. Like, as far as this impacting him, as long as he's still as locked in as ever, and he has chemistry with his teammates, which we know that he does from previous seasons, then everything's going to be fine. But if they stumble out of the gate or they stumble all season long, we'll look back at this and go, this was a different Tom Brady. He had 1 foot in, 1 foot out back in March, and then he unretires, and then he gets into the preseason, gets into training camp, and he takes a mysterious 11 days off so that he can go on vacation with his family. Look, family first. I get it. There's no need to criticize someone that wants to spend time with their family, but that's also why there's an off season.
Yeah,
there's time for that.
But that plan was made after he retired. I made that announcement. Obviously you could see Giselle with a laptop.
I don't have the
tickets.
But
listen, you can literally feel his wife on the computer going, "Oh, we're booking something. We're getting out of here. No more football, for Christ's sakes. My God, I'm done with it. Like 30 years of football with this guy.
Well, isn't it?
And all I want to do is have a great time. He's in perfect shape. He still looks amazing. Let's go have some fun in life." They're like, and then he's like, "Skirt," and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Did I not tell you? I'm going back in the league for another year. And she's like, not without that vacation, bitch. Not without that. You're not going back.
Isn't this then the most relatable thing that's ever happened to Tom Brady?
Yeah, it is. It is the most relatable thing. That's why I have no problem with it.
That he was worried about a cancellation fee? Like, that's the most down-to-earth thing I've ever heard.
He's seeing his wife.
Well, we gotta go. He said no refunds.
Like $1 billion. He's worried about a $200 fund.
It's like seeing Superman bleed. You know, like how he bleeds like us.
Like, I don't have any problem with this at all. I was telling the guys here before you came in, Deb had it in news. Like, of all the players in the NFL, this is the one guy that can roll into his locker room after an 11-day vacation in the Bahamas while everybody else is sweating their nads off in this weather, and not one person says a word.
No.
Like, not one person. But it's really kind of on him, because I think with that much swag, he could have come out and said, hey, look, we did the retiring thing. We reneged on that. We had already booked this vacation. Everybody's got a wife, and they get it, right? Can we move on now? I think he could have done that and just been even more human.
And I think that's one of the confusing parts of this is why couldn't he just come out and say that?
I mean, I think it's because he wanted to save face to his teammates and not have that media jump on him like, oh, look, everybody else is killing themselves, getting in shape, and here's Brady out there laying on a beach with this bombshell wife of his while his kids all perfect run around and splash and have a good time. It's not a good look. It really isn't a good look. Even if you explain it, it's a bad look.
Are you ignoring the possibility and the story and the rumor that he was actually off taping an episode of The Masked Singer?
I actually think it makes a lot of sense. I know it sounds ridiculous, but
is that true?
The tapings are
that it's a rumor? Yes.
It's a rumor. But he signed a massive deal with Fox when he retired from football.
For broadcasting?
That's not a deal that he backed away from. It's just a deal that is going to be activated when he steps away from football. He's going to get into the booth. So he's got a contract with Fox. That's a Fox-driven show. They go above and beyond to remain secretive about who they have under the masks. It sounds ridiculous, but if you want a great promotion for your show, have Tom Brady unveil himself as the Masked Singer.
Oh, can you imagine the memes? Can you imagine the memes if this dude really took that time off to do the Masked Singer?
I think it makes the Bucs look like a clown show if that's the case. But I could see that being part of the trip. I'm sure that's not all he did.
Have we seen pictures of him on vacation?
Yeah,
nope.
His costume is a deflated football.
Look, they have isn't it true?
I guess that right away.
The NFL will literally tell you no to leave and go see your child born. Isn't that the case? Like, a lot of people are like, nah, can't go. You got to play Sunday.
Well, not anymore. They wouldn't say no to that. And Tom Brady can get away with this stuff. Hey, go win 7 Super Bowls, and then you can call the shots too.
Right, you can do whatever you want.
He does. He has different rules. I mean, this is the way it is. Like, I was talking to Bianchi about this earlier. When Michael Jordan punched a teammate, we all went, oh, well, class act. What a great teammate. He motivates people. And then when Ron Artest does it, they send him to counseling.
Yeah, he's a thug.
It's just different rules for different people. When you accomplish as much as Brady has accomplished, they're just kind of hands off. But it is something to watch for, because the Bucs have had a lot of things not go their way in the offseason. They just lost another starting offensive lineman. Their second done for the year.
The center they lost earlier, and then
the center's not done for the year. They still don't have a full timetable, but it's not looking good. And they just lost a starting guard, and they lost another one in free agency, and another offensive lineman retired in the offseason. So they've had to revamp their offensive line. Mike Evans just got back to practice, dealing with a hamstring injury. Chris Godwin's still not 100% full speed from the ACL injury he had last year. Leonard Fournette was overweight in the offseason. And they changed coaches, which is a story that we've since forgotten about. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on there. It either means something or it doesn't. We won't be able to know until the season starts.
30 seconds on Tua. He played, 8 plays Sunday or 7?
He was like 6 of 8. It looked pretty sharp. Hit a couple. We know that he's good in the intermediate stuff. I wanted to see him out there with Tyreek Hill. They didn't announce that Hill wasn't going to play prior to the start of the game, so I really thought that we would see him. That game, unfortunately, was not televised locally. It was the Jags and the Bucs that were on at the same time, so as a Dolphins fan and somebody that wants to get a look at Tua, I was a little bit disappointed in that, but I did see the grainy footage that was making its way around Twitter. I mean, we know what he's good at. He's good at the intermediate stuff, but if he can't start hitting deep passes, then we're all still going to have the same question marks.
Yeah, you don't go out and get Tyreek Hill for intermediate passes.
No.
You go out and get Tyreek Hill to throw it way down the field a whole bunch.
You got to be able to do it at least a few times a game. Otherwise, you overpaid for him.
Yeah, you have wasted your time.
You don't get the Lamborghini to drive at the speed limit.
But the whole idea is to get that guy downfield to spread out the defense so you can pick him apart from 15 yards in. I mean, that's exactly what's going to happen, right? They're going to send Tyreek running. They'll hit him a couple times. It's like poker. It's like bluffing him a little bit. You'll send him downfield. You got to double him. If you don't double him, he's going to pull coverage away from those. And this guy's going to wear out he's going to wear those short patterns apart. He's going to do it because he's very accurate. I mean, it could be just game planning for him, Who knows? Orlando City Soccer.
There you go. Orlando City won over the weekend. They now sit 5th in a bunched-up Eastern Conference, kind of a log jam between 5 and 10. 2 home matches upcoming. Orlando City right now, the fewest home wins in the league, so clearly something that they need to shore up as they have 2 matches coming back home.
God, thank God we didn't build a stadium for those guys, huh?
I don't know what
stop
it is.
Oh, it's a joke. It's a joke. Get out of here.
I'm sensitive.
Get out of here. Find something else.
There's a big injury to Pato, one of their starting forwards. He got hurt a week ago. It was announced over the weekend that he's headed back to Brazil to get surgery on his knee so that they can scope it.
They get that jungle medicine.
Exploratory surgery.
Brings you back to life.
It's not necessarily jungle. It's just a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
I mean, it's anticipated that he's going to be out for the year. That was the expectation. He's 32 years old, and this was
a little older in the league, right?
This is what led him to playing in MLS, is that he's an older athlete that dealt with injuries throughout his playing career, so he never quite reached his potential. Is that fair, Russ? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, no, you're on the money there. Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, the injuries held him back when he first, was on the scene. A lot of people were like, oh, this is the chosen Brazilian one. And then he has one of the most famous goals ever in European competition history.
This is not city news, but I saw the first national ad featuring Christian, is it Pulisic?
Yeah, Pulisic.
Yeah, Pulisic. It was like for a car company. And it was like as if it would have been a baseball star or a basketball or football star, and they were showcasing him as a soccer star. I thought it was kind of cool.
I mean,
I've not seen that before with an American soccer player.
If you want to talk about American soccer players dominating over in Europe right now, Leeds United has an American coach with 2 starting American players that scored and beat Chelsea 3-0. A lot of people are calling Leeds United States.
Oh, really? That's
funny. It's a heavy American influence over in the Premier League right now. And they were playing against who other than Christian Pulisic is Chelsea.
That's cool. I saw a baseball game this week. I thought we'd take a little bit of time to talk baseball.
I'm so jealous. I want to go to the Rockies Stadium so bad.
Coors Field
awesome.
It's absolutely beautiful. So easy to get into. Everybody was so nice. Very easy to move around. A gorgeous field and very well supported by people there in Denver, Colorado. I mean, it was Friday night game, 3/4 full, just a good game, fun, went pretty quick. 2 terrible teams, the Giants and the Rockies, I think, are the worst team in the division. And then the Giants aren't far behind, but we got to see some homers. Connor Joe, who played baseball at Lake Mary, hit a rope. I don't think that thing ever got 15 feet off the ground. It got out of there in a hurry. So we saw 3 bombs, some really good defense, a couple of really good plays by the infield. It was fun, man. We had a blast.
I mean,
$13 for a Major League Baseball game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was actually looking at some of the prices going around tonight. If you want to entertain yourself, some of the Pirates, some of these really bad teams that are out there, you can get in for, just pennies.
Yeah. My daughter bought a block of tickets for the wedding party, and it was a blast. They turned out being $13 a piece, and she got a shout out on the mega.
Oh, that's great. I mean, baseball's not going away. I mean, I know that I think it's been an overtold story over the last several years that baseball's dying and all of this stuff. Baseball's making so much money. It's still such a great experience, especially if you're in a city that fully embraces a baseball team. And they're winning, especially if they're winning. I mean, it's a completely different vibe. They cover it and think about it day to day. And it's just, unfortunately, it's not really something that we experience in Orlando. There's the Rays, but, it's just not close enough for really us to live and die with it every single day. So, I mean, for me, I've been reinvigorated. My baseball team and the Baltimore Orioles has been really good this year. They're a great story. And so I've been heavily invested in watching a lot more baseball into August than I have been for the last couple of years.
You know what I think makes a big difference, and I know this is for a fact, and because we heard it being talked about. For one thing, there's tons to do around the stadium, so you can get there at 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, whatever, and start drinking, having a good time, and just literally walk across the street. It's an entire entertainment complex around there. Public transportation, brother.
Yeah.
The train drops off a block away from the field, and people come from all over Colorado, and they use that train so they don't have to drive drunk or pay for Ubers. It's like $6.
Yeah.
You get that RTD app, and off you go.
I've been to Wrigley a couple of times in Chicago. I mean, it's like stepping into a time machine.
Yes.
Just incredible, but it's the same thing. They have the red line that takes you right to the stadium.
You can't lose, and that's why even with the football games, the same thing. It drops off right there. So you get off an exit, you walk a block, boom, the game's done, walk right back on, and off you go. No time spent.
How are the Yankees doing? I just wanted to. I haven't.
Huge win yesterday, and it was Paul O'Neill Day. Retired his number 21. Thank you, Paul, for your service. And Yankees back on track, first place, baby. First place.
They've lost 15 of their last 20 games. They're free falling.
They
did get off the schneid last night.
For the past month, they've had the worst record in Major League Baseball. After the first 3 months having the best record in Major League.
All right, Brandon Kravitz, 96.9 The Game every day, 3 to 6. Thanks, buddy. Always good seeing you.
Same.
All right, 407-916-1041. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan, brought to you by Gringos Locos and SecuredRoofingAndRestoration.com. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Mike, and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. Well, this week is going to prove to be quite rainy, especially the middle and end of the week, with an 80% chance by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in the afternoons. Tonight, any storms ending early before midnight, the low 78. Tomorrow, the high 93, a 60% chance for rain. Then we jump to that 70 to 80% chance by Wednesday. Some good rain, though, for drought-stricken parts of Brevard County. For the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Samsung Galaxy. Samsung's new Galaxy Z Flip 4 and Z Fold 4 are foldable self-standing phones that let you capture hands-free selfies. Pre-order the Galaxy Z Flip 4, Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com now to get a free storage upgrade in case. Valid through 8/25/2022. See terms and conditions that apply.
Back to school mornings are crazy. How would it be not to have to slow down to deal with contacts and glasses? All you have to do is visit the Filatowski Eye Institute for Smile LASIK. That's the latest state-of-the-art LASIK technology. Minimally invasive with fast recovery times. Most people return to work or play the very next day. And even with interest rates on the rise, you can still qualify for 0% interest for 24 months. Let Filatowski Eye Institute help you get your day started just a little easier. Text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your appointment today. Again, text 1041 to 868686 and start your day with better vision.
Summer's winding down, and we know you want to enjoy what's left of it. But before you celebrate this Labor Day weekend, plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Celebrate responsibly and remember to drive sober or get pulled over. This message brought to you by the Florida Department of Transportation.
O'Reilly! Improve your vehicle's gas mileage and power with Royal Purple Fuel Injector Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. And right now, buy one 6-ounce bottle and get one free, plus earn double O Rewards points with your purchase. Save money on gas and boost performance with Royal Purple Fuel Injector Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hurry in for great deals during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Make this the summer you get the job done. Ram, built to serve. Right now, finance and get $7,800 in total values on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab equipped with a V6 engine. Total values include combined cash allowance and 2300 Bighorn Level 2 package value. Financing for well-qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital. Not all buyers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/6/22.
Shop the Conn's Labor Day sale with deals too good to miss. Starting this Thursday, save up to 35% on Hot Buy appliances and save an additional 10% on appliance packages. Plus, get free next day delivery. And here's the best part. Conn's now offers layaway. A great payment option if you love it today and want it in time for the holidays. Don't miss the 35% off Hot Buy appliances this Thursday during the Conn's Labor Day sale in-store or at cons.com.
This job, we fight for as many people as we can. Sometimes people are afraid to fight the insurance companies. That's why I'm here. Injured on the go, just call Mo. Mo DeWitt. Offices, Orlando and Tampa.
Celebrate the next giant leap in space travel. In honor of the historic Artemis mission, Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex is hosting special pre-launch events from August 26th through the 28th. Get tickets at kennedyspacecenter.com.
If you buy too much, you waste money. If you come up short, you waste time. And if you don't have the right metal, you waste time and money. You've got to spend wisely. Metals Supermarkets has the experience, knowledge, and inventory to get the job done right the first time. No matter what project you're working on, Metal Supermarkets is your first choice for any metal. Cut to size and ready fast. We also offer fast delivery and no minimum order size. Visit Metal Supermarkets with 2 stores serving Orlando or metalsupermarkets.com.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think of calling for a ride, but nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that could happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone. The results of driving drunk are tragic. That's why law enforcement is out there looking for impaired drivers to save lives. So if you think you're okay to drive after a few drinks, think again. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Better living begins at home. But if your home isn't everything you want it to be, it's time to fall into a new outdoor kitchen or bath. S&W Kitchen's team of award-winning designers is here to help. Experience their concierge design and installation services from start to finish. All at competitive pricing with great financing options available. Visit snwkitchens.com now to set up your free design consultation with their award-winning designers. S&W, creating thoughtful, livable spaces.
Tobacco-Free Florida has many free ways to help you quit nicotine. From free 2-week starter kits of quit aids to free cessation services like Phone Quit and Group Quit. We're even trying out new motivational tactics.
You're the greatest quitter. He's tobacco's greatest quitter. He's tobacco's greatest quitter of all.
Or maybe we'll just stick to the ways we know work. Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com or call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW for free nicotine patches.
Car crash? Call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch.
Yeah. We like it when you watch.
At The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
With arms wide open under the sunlight. Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything. Right, girl? All right. Hope you guys have a great show.
Oh, did you just give a shout out in the middle of his song?
Woo!
Well, I just heard the news today.
Let's see what it sounds like to me.
Careful.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us.
Just broke a blood vessel. Last I heard is he's come around.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I heard it wasn't possible. So, welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well.
I think sobriety helped.
Yeah, good for him. It'd be a positive thing if he did, if he straightened up. 407-916-1041. Now, this story is interesting because although I want to talk about what the main thing is here with the story, it doesn't really matter why or whatever, but it turns out in Maryland, parents are choosing to homeschool their children rather than send them to school. Now, some of this has to do with COVID-related policies. Other things are, maybe the curriculum at the schools, but it says that there's a bit of a rash in Maryland with parents wanting to homeschool their kids.
We're seeing that a lot in Florida, too.
Yeah.
Especially among African-American kids.
And I guess there's a plan up there that allocates $4 billion to Maryland public schools, but critics say the system has resorted to hiring thousands of teachers who do not have the proper certifications. And with that, the parents are like, well, Why would I send my kid to school when, I mean, if the teachers aren't going to have the proper certifications, I mean, why couldn't I just do it? Get the curriculum, get the proper books, and just set up for homeschooling. And I find that to be an interesting concept. Do you guys know anybody that was ever homeschooled? Do you know anybody?
Yeah, my neighbors, and I found this out at my garage sale on Saturday because I asked about how she was doing, and she's like, oh, I don't work there anymore because I'm homeschooling the kids. But I also realized after talking to her, it's never been easier because with Florida virtual schools, which is something, students can do Florida virtual school, they provide the curriculum and the teachers, and they're just doing it online. So really, you could homeschool and just make sure they're doing the work.
Right.
The thing is with virtual school, what we discovered through the pandemic is you have to be a self-starter, or you have to have a parent who's going to make sure you're doing it.
There's no doing it in your room. You sit at the dining room table
right.
so I can see you at all times, because just like we talked about a couple weeks ago, remember, now employers are wondering about this group of people from 2020 until 2022.
Well, yeah, they can't pass college admission tests.
They can't get in. They're actually lowering the values and trying to push people through. The schools high schools, trying to get them out of high school because of the unfair break they got with COVID. And now employers are like, when did you graduate? We're paying attention because got a lot of C students coming out of there, that say they're A students.
C.
And they can't even come close to passing those entrance exams.
One of them 2020 kids.
I would think that of all people that would have encountered more people who may have been homeschooled, it would be you, Ross. I mean,
I know a couple homeschool people.
For us, I think it's different generationally for people who are in our age that grew up in the 80s. If you were homeschooled, we thought you were like a convict or something was wrong with you.
Or you lived on a commune.
Yeah, you lived on a commune or something like that. There's no way that you wouldn't come to school, and it really had nothing to do with the schoolwork because that was your social life. And being homeschooled seems like a complete nightmare. Like, you don't get to hang out with friends or anything, I guess, maybe when you go out, but you don't have those school experiences,
So I think that used to be the case, but now kids who are getting homeschooled, there is those social programs.
Yeah, field trips.
Field trips.
Yeah, but not me. I mean, here's the thing, man. The field trips are fine, I guess. But man,
I guess.
But you know what I'm talking. The stuff that happens in the hallways with students, that's the real interaction. Not even lunch, but the stuff that happens in those 6 minutes you're changing class. That's when you forge those like forever friendships and friendships and stuff.
Sure, a little bit, but I still think at least 50% of it is that problem got fixed when they go out and now they're part of a play after home. And now, granted, a whole classroom full of homeschooled kids might not produce a couple of Fonzies. But they are interacting with other kids. When I first, 5-10 years ago, I would have been like, no way is my kid getting homeschooled.
Today, I don't know if I'd make any other choice except for a private school.
And now I think about it in a whole different light after finding out. And I know some of the teachers who help out with the homeschool kids, and they do like arts and crafts or some sort of social interaction with other kids.
Yeah. Well, was it the same with you guys, Deb and Jack? Was it when you were young and you heard that somebody was being homeschooled, you automatically thought that something was wrong? You never really considered it like an advantage?
It was so rare. I don't remember. I remember if it would be used as a derogatory or pejorative, right?
Sure, yeah.
Hey, he's homeschooled.
Yeah, the homeschoolers, right? It was like their own verb or their own name.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't even. It wasn't even
on your radar.
It wasn't even a concept then. It wasn't something that was even a concept because that was what schools were for.
Sure.
So why would parents take on the job unless it was a deeply religious reason but outside of that, parents were like, no, you've done the educating to be the teacher. You do the teaching.
Yeah.
But when you see the list of books that are banned here in the state of Florida, these are books that for most of us as students were required reading during the summer. To Kill a Mockingbird.
That's on there?
Catcher in the Rye. Yes.
To Kill a Mockingbird is on that list?
Yes.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Cross-reference that with the people that the governor is supporting for school boards and see what their agenda is. because it's the Moms of Liberty that are finding more books that they want removed from the curriculum. And now they're taking steps. They figured, okay, well, we'll just run for school boards and we'll take control of the situation earlier so we don't have to deal with these kids growing up in a way that we don't agree with later.
So you're telling me they pulled To Kill a Mockingbird from public schools in Florida because of the racial implications? That's the only thing that has to be that, right?
I don't know if it's all schools or if it's specific school districts. I have to.
But that would be the reason, though, right? Because of the racial
that's what I'm assuming
overtones
it is.
of that. I mean, what else would there be? I mean, Catcher in the Rye, I guess you could see that because not even really. I mean, that's amazing.
Is Catcher in the Rye Lenny?
Yeah.
Rabbits?
No, that was Mice and Men.
Of Mice and Men?
Atticus Finch.
Yeah.
Isn't that To Kill a Mockingbird?
Yes, that is Atticus Finch, right.
Where we get Faticus Inch.
Yeah. They call me Fat Inch for short.
Oh, man.
That's not good.
Hey, Jason, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
It is fat.
Hey, how's it going?
It's
me
another
and
part.
my wife, we homeschool my daughter. She, since second grade, she's in 8th now. And mainly we took her out because really just the school, kind of like school board and public school system kind of just fails, it just kind of lets us down.
So let me ask you, Jason, so you thought to yourself, are either you or your wife college educated?
No, just high school.
So this is just me asking the question. I'm not passing judgment. So you thought that you, as high school educated parents, could provide a better education than a college educated teacher in a public school system?
Absolutely. We actually sent her back to school last year for 7th grade just to see, maybe she is missing something. And she hated it. We had teachers walking out, teachers quit, students, her peers, they kind of suck, you know what I'm saying? This is like, she hated it, she would rather be homeschooled. And we have her in clubs and stuff like that to get her social, she does sports and things like that. So
is she an only child?
No, we have 3.
And they're all homeschooled?
Well, the other 2 are too young to be.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But they're going to be?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, we think we're going to homeschool all of them just because it just seems like just such a crappy system.
Yeah. All right, buddy, thanks. I appreciate that. 407-916-1041. It's such a financial undertaking considering you have to now, you're paying taxes for schools that you're not using. And you have to take off of work to teach. So only one person can earn money. Well, and you're not, raising 3 children, and
I don't know how long a day of school is if you're homeschooled.
Yeah, I don't either.
I would think it's got to be shorter than
probably so.
Than a day of public school.
Yeah, you don't have the 5 minutes to walk to the next class.
All right, 407.
True, and the lunchroom is right there.
916-1041.
Well, real quick, it seems arguments on both sides for the Kill a Mockingbird. One is that says for critical race theory and groups like Moms of Liberty are against it. But others, there is also an argument about the racist language and saying white saviorhood, that you needed a white guy to save the black man in it. And at the time, that was the case. He was the lawyer.
Yeah.
But I've heard that with the movie The Green Book, it's like the hero is the white guy saving the black guy.
Right.
Yeah. So it's...
But, I mean, you consider the times that would have been the case. I know that.
It won the Pulitzer Prize in 1961.
Right, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. 407-916-1041. Take more of your calls on homeschooling. You can see the phones are loaded up. I would love to hear everything about it because I'm kind of naive to it, and I would love to know more about it. So if you're homeschooling your kids or you know somebody, give us a call, 407-916-1041. Back in a second with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
What happens when we're off the air? At Real Radio 1041 on TikTok. Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Well, our heaviest traffic at this time continues westbound on I-4 between World Drive and Osceola Polkline Road. It's also slow between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway. Delays too eastbound on the interstate between Osceola Parkway and State Road 535. We're still in pretty good shape on the 408 and the Beach Line. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples has everything you need for school at prices that won't hold you back. Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents and 2 pocket paper folders at just 25 cents each. In-store only. Offer ends 8/27, limit 30. Don't send your kids back to school. Send them forward at Staples.
Thinking about a new fence? Maybe a beautiful new fence from our friends over at Mossy Oak Fence is an absolute wonderful way to add appeal and value to your home. It's exactly why I did it. Also great to provide more safety and security for your family, your children, and your pets. Maybe you got a new dog or a new puppy. All you have to do is visit mossyoakfences.com and ask about their puppy picket. At Mossy Oak Fence, your family safety and security is their number one priority. Put the fence freaks to work for you today. Visit mossyoakfences.com, and as always, let the Mossy family protect your family today.
Baby boomers and retirees, stop the leftist smash and grab of your retirement savings. Take action now to shield your savings from socialism and volatile markets. National talk show host and best-selling author Chuck Oliver of The Hidden Wealth Solution will teach you how to get a head start to be retirement tax smart. Imagine learning proven strategies that are saving boomers and retirees thousands in unnecessary taxes. Visit taxessaved.com. taxessaved.com.
You've got a beautiful life and big goals you still want to achieve. Help protect them with USAA's Level Term Life Insurance. It's coverage designed with big dreams in mind. Did you know life insurance can help your loved ones cover the cost of mortgage or bills, replace income, or even help with college costs if your earnings were no longer in the picture? That means you can all keep dreaming uninterrupted even if the unexpected happens, because USAA's budget-friendly life policy has you covered. USAA will be your partner through the entire process of selecting and setting up your policy. Learn how it works and how to pick the right coverage to protect your loved ones today. Visit USAA.com/keepdreaming to get started. Level Term 5, Form ICC 2099555-01-20. May vary by state. Life insurance provided by USAA Life Insurance Company, San Antonio, Texas. All life insurance products are subject to state availability, issue limitations, and contractual terms and conditions.
There are those who feel living with debt is inevitable. But there are those who strive for freedom. These are the ones who are willing to play the long game, who realize it's worth the long days. And those are the ones who know not all financial institutions are the same. Fair wins. Financial freedom happens here. Visit fairwinds.org.
My trick for getting the fam out of the house on time? Who wants a crispy chicken McMuffin? Yeah. Yep, that's what I thought. Now at McDonald's, order up delicious crispy chicken sandwiches for breakfast and feed the whole fam. Try a savory crispy chicken biscuit or a tasty crispy chicken McMuffin. Order yours through the McDonald's app and get 20% off any order of $1 or more. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Offer valid at participating McDonald's. Valid one time per day. Excludes tax. McDonald's app download and registration required.
One ice-cold frozen Coke, please. And one frozen Sprite lemonade. Nah, make that 2. And let me throw in 3 McCafe iced coffees to top it all off. How to please the whole crew? Hit up the drive-thru. Try a new frozen Sprite lemonade or a bold McCafe iced coffee. Get any size for just $1.79. There's a perfect order for everyone. It's more than a drink. It's a McDonald's drink. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Coca-Cola, Fanta, Sprite, and Lemonade are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
Find out what makes SafeTouch 5-star security and surveillance systems so outstanding and get free installation on all equipment. 888-723-8682. SafeTouch.com. Terms and conditions apply with approved credit and minimum monthly monitoring agreement. Offered to new customers not currently under contract. State license number EF0000233.
A brighter energy future starts today, and we're ready. We're leading the clean energy transition, cutting carbon emissions even while improving reliability, adding more renewables like solar and wind, all while managing our costs to help keep energy affordable for everyone. We're Duke Energy, and we're building a smarter energy future for you. Paid for by Duke Energy shareholders.
A bounce check can be expensive. Why risk it when an Amscot cash advance could cost a lot less? Up to $500 on the spot with no credit check, and it won't hurt your credit rating. Amscot. Some restrictions apply.
Labor Day weekend, visit Cocoa Beach on the Space Coast and support the National Kidney Foundation's 37th Annual Surf Fest, featuring hundreds of competitive surfers in pro and amateur divisions, live entertainment, and fun for the entire family. For more information, visit nkfsurf.com.
At Morgan & Morgan, the fee is free. You don't pay us anything unless we win your case.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind studio. Your accident, your future, your attorney. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or call pound 546 from your cell. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now number 1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station.
Real Radio has your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our 2022 iHeart Music Festival now. Text the nationwide keyword WIN. WIN. WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200. Good luck.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show. Already in progress.
Just want to say they were pumping up magical dining last week while you were gone. Just tell everybody, tip your servers on the actual cost, not on your bargain ticket. Those servers live and die by what you leave them.
Oof.
Help them out because they're hurt.
I mean, I get it, but that's tough. That's going to be a tough one to sell to people. How? That's going to be a tough one to sell to people. And you're like, okay, well, this would usually be 30. Okay, this would usually be 100, but today it's 40, so I'm supposed to tip him on 100 and not 40. That's going to be a hard sell for a lot of people.
Or just maybe tip a little extra.
Yeah, maybe just a little extra. Maybe take it to 25%. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. I'm Jim. Dev is here.
Hello.
And Joe.
Hi there.
And Ross.
I think that's the rule of thumb. I thought everybody knew that.
What, to text on the actual price?
Yeah.
Or to tip on that? I've never heard that.
Oh, I've heard that a lot.
I've never heard that, not even once, ever.
How are you supposed to calculate that?
Well, because
if it's a prefix menu, can I have the original menu just so I can see what the prices would have been?
Yeah, that is kind of odd, dude. I mean, like you're buying an appetizer, you're buying a dinner, and you're buying the dessert. Sometimes when you go to a restaurant like that, you would skip maybe the appetizer and the dessert, or only have one or the other. So to pay for that at real price would be a little odd. I mean, I understand what the guy's saying. I mean, everybody understands, but I mean, you're a server at a restaurant, and this probably is only one time a year to get more attention in there to your restaurant so more people can come when it's not magical dining.
Tip at least 20%, you got it covered. Everyone's happy.
No.
Don't tip at least 20%.
Here's the great thing.
Tip less than
you can
Ross
tip
is
whatever
saying.
you want. You can tip whatever you want, but I don't think you should make rules for how other people tip. And I'm not saying you. I'm talking about this guy.
Well, even then, like rules about how people tip, what's the standard? 20%. That's a rule.
No, actually, it was 15, and then it became 18.
Yeah, I mean,
that is the standard.
That's the standard restaurant if you have a party of more than 8, almost always. Like they'll add 18% without you even asking.
It went from 15 to 18. So now, like the options when they'll flip that iPad around on you,
20% is
18
usually
is the first, and then 20, and then it'll go up.
I've always heard that 20 is unless we have exceptional service, you're probably going to get 20%, and even with questionable service, you'll probably get 15 from me.
So if you have a 50% coupon. And you get 50% off of your tab.
Yes.
You're going to tip off of that 50% off.
No, I would probably tip a little bit more, but I would not tip on $100.
Wild.
Yeah.
All right.
See, it's different. I see magical dining is different than that because of just the nature of it. It's reduced prices on everything, but if something was taken off the bill or something, I would tip on that.
Isn't that what magical dining is?
No, not really.
No, it's a reduced rate, and they have a special menu for it.
Let me ask you, if you went to a car dealership and let's say the car was $50,000, you talked them down to $45,000, would you still pay the taxes on $50,000?
I think that's a whole different conversation.
Really?
You're talking about a car.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter, though. You're talking about paying for something you're not really getting.
And do you tip card salesman?
No, but that's not the point. My point is, would you use that same logic elsewhere? Because it is the same exact logic. Like if you're tipping, for one thing, you don't have to tip at all. But all right, you don't have to do that.
In the States, you do.
No, you don't have to tip. You could walk right out of there and not tip one dime if you want to. You'd be the biggest douchebag that ever lived.
Yeah.
But you don't have to do that. That you're offering that because great service was given. It's a standard now, and people feel entitled to it. But if you give great service, you're going to get a great tip. But this is a prefix menu at $40. So what you have to say is, this is what I'm paying tonight. I'm going in for a $40 experience. I'm tipping on $40, not what it's going to cost in October. I mean, I don't understand that logic.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, just the standard. So, real fast.
Okay.
Going back to the car salesman thing. Car salesman, there's no tipping of the car salesman. I'm confused on the car salesman metaphor.
I'm using the tax thing as an example, because you asked for a discount, they gave it to you, but the original price was $50,000, so you pay the taxes on $50,000 instead of $45,000.
That's different than tipping. I don't think that's the same logic.
Yeah.
Anything that's being a tippable thing, and that's where the custom.
Do you see where I'm getting, Jack?
The standard is.
I understand what you're saying, but I also understand because the server is doing the same work. There's the job of the server
is doing, whether it's a $150 meal or a $10 meal.
Right. Well, you figure on the $150 meal, unless the prices are a lot more, they're doing a lot more trips back and forth. But it's still, that's the restaurant you work at. You're getting a certain amount. If it's a prefix menu and it's a lesser price, the tip is going to be based on your total. I do think since it is a special, you should tip a little more, but I don't think you try and calculate what it might have been on the regular menu. It's kind of a weird thing for this.
Are the entrees on the prefix menu also on the regular menu?
They have to be now.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you could make a special entree that wouldn't be on the menu, but I believe part of the deal with Magical now is whatever you put on the prefix menu has to appear on the actual menu. Now, I don't know about the size of the portion.
That's what I was going to ask.
The portion's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think because I've eaten at Magical Dining 100 times, and every time the portions are a little different. The appetizer's not as big. If you're supposed to get maybe 2 or 3 of something, you'll get 2, or 4 of something, you'll get maybe 3 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If you're supposed to get a 8-ounce steak on Magical, you'll get maybe 6. Something like that.
Texter brings up 20% on a tip. It's just nice and easy to figure out.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is.
All right, 407-916-104. We were talking about homeschooling because in Maryland, they're having a bit of a rash of people, and Deb even said here in Florida, of people who are now homeschooling their kids, whether it be for what the curriculum is, whether it be the COVID things. I just kind of wanted to talk about people who are homeschooled because I've never experienced anything like that. Most of the people I grew up with that were homeschooled were considered, they're not outcast by any means, but
problem child.
You always wondered why. It was either somebody was sickly, they couldn't make it through a day there, or just whatever. Their parents decided to keep them out, and we have a ton of people to talk about homeschooling. Let's get to it. Let's go with Tim. How you doing, Tim? Welcome to the program.
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Good, brother.
Good. Hey, so I have a 16-year-old that does Florida virtual, and I think that part of what's kind of missing from that conversation is that it's really not. I wouldn't really call it homeschooling. I mean, I'm probably more involved in my younger 2 kids who actually go to physical school and what they have going on than I am with her Florida virtual, because she still has teachers for each class that she has to check in with. There are some live courses. There are some video recorded courses. Like, she really loved it. She's in her 2nd year of it now. And I kind of took the stance of like, okay, well, if you can do this and keep good grades and everything's good, then like, what's the problem? And she's, maintained a honor roll and done all her stuff, and she prefers it that way. And it's working great for her.
Yeah. By the way, what's the admission when you leave a homeschool? I mean, do you get high school credits no differently? I mean, how does that happen?
Yeah, she's getting a high school diploma. It is like Florida virtual, so she does still have to go into a local school to take her testing. Like, it has to be like a supervised thing, so it's not completely hands off. Like, we video chat with our teachers, like all that kind of stuff. I think that there might be a little confusion between the difference of Florida virtual and homeschooling, different things. Like, Florida virtual is something that has to be you have to enroll to it,
Right, yeah. And homeschooling, you don't. And how do you declare it when you're going to homeschool your child? Do you just go to the county and say, I'm homeschooling my kid, and they have to give you a copy of the curriculum? How does that work?
I'm not sure how the homeschooling works. I do know some people who do it that way, like some ex-teachers that stepped away from it so they could teach their own kids and everything. And I believe that as long they have the same opportunity to go into those schools and take a lot of the testing, to like verify that they've learned the information. And I think it might be that simple, but I'm not 100% sure.
Got it, man. Thanks for your call. Appreciate that very much. 407-916-1041. I find that college admission thing, I mean, you have to pass the exam. It doesn't really matter, right? I mean, if you have a diploma, I guess it matters. But if you can pass the entrance exam to a college, I don't think they can deny you entrance, right?
No, but in the story we had, they have to do now prep courses to get kids caught up just to pass the entrance exam.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
So,
on where they fell short.
Elizabeth, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hello, yes. Let me take you off speakerphone real quick.
Sure.
Woo!
Okay, you've been on speakerphone since I was driving back from the school where I work.
All right, good.
So here you go. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. Back in the early 90s, I was a public school teacher, ESC full-time. Late 90s, I started teaching American Sign Language, but in between, I actually homeschooled for 2 years. Not my children, but other people's children. Just because they choose to homeschool doesn't mean they have to become the parents. Yes, there are positions and jobs out there for educators who have experience who wish to homeschool other people's children and get paid for it. It may have changed since that time, but Florida has always been an area that, again, you're nationwide, but Florida allows homeschoolers to participate in all the sports of any of your public schools where they're district. So if you got a football player, cheerleader, soccer player, whatever, they can participate in the sports. In addition to that, a lot of homeschool groups have started up, whether it be for a particular religion preference or just because they're in the same area.
Wow.
Where they actually plan field trips together. They meet on a regular basis. They share curriculum.
So
they usually have some sort of facilitator that oversees it. So it's very developed. I know. When I first started teaching, they used to call it homebound because they couldn't perceive the fact that kids would want to stay home and parents would want them to stay home. So usually it was like what you were saying, homebound was like, oh, this kid's really sick, they're in the hospital, they can't go to school, whatever. But now it's been changed to homeschooling ever since the mid-90s.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Appreciate that very much. 407-916-1041. One quick one before we go back to break here. Brandon, how you doing? Welcome to the program.
Hey there, how are y'all doing?
Good, brother.
Hey, so I personally wasn't homeschooled. I had a few friends who were homeschooled, and the one of the big upsets I saw in it with them was they grew as they graduated. We all graduated in 2014. They were graduating with their bachelor's and associate's degrees because they had the extra time.
Right, yeah, you're right. Because, I mean, like Ross was saying, I mean, the day isn't like a 9-hour, a 6 or 7 hour day with the homeschooling. I mean, you're getting all that education in by 12, and if you wanted to do extra work to excel, you could do that easily.
Yeah, and if I may, on that tipping thing, it should be on the restaurants, in my opinion, because they know they are reducing the cost on what their servers could be tipped. It should be on the restaurant management to take care of their servers for the average difference on the ticket.
Oh, wow. That's quite an...
Hey, that would be nice.
Well, they're taking a hit on the food as well.
Yeah, they are. So let's talk about that when we get back.
Orlando City hosts expansion side New York City FC at Exploria Stadium this Sunday. Coverage starts at 7:30 p.m. on our sister station, FM 96.9 The Game.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, contact Clausman Law at clausmanlaw.com.
It's still a stop-and-go ride heading west on I-4 between World Drive and Osceola Polk Line Road. Slow ride 2 between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway. And delays eastbound 2 between Osceola Parkway and State Road 535. If you're heading out at this time on 417, looks like a good ride. No reported problems on the 408. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
While many, if not all of us, know about the Gettysburg Address, most of us don't know about the Cooper Union Address, the speech that made Abraham Lincoln president. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, the next giant leap in human space travel starts right here with Artemis 1, August 29th, a week from today. Artemis, the first test of NASA's deep space exploration systems with the Orion spacecraft launching atop the massive SLS rocket. It is the most powerful rocket ever built, and the mission is the first in the series to pave the way for trips to moon and beyond. No better place in the world to watch it than the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. You can experience the excitement of Artemis 1 launch from the Visitor Complex at Kennedy Space Center with live expert commentary, special launch day events, and a prime view. Hurry, though. Tickets are available right now at KennedySpaceCenter.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Florida Jobs Now.
Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, September 23rd and 24th at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Tickets are on sale right now. AXS.com.
Stream it free on the CW app and CWTV.com.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival is connecting all of us.
Brought to you by the CW's new hit series, All American Homecoming. Stream every episode now for free, only on the CW app.
Response to International Diamond Center's Summer of Savings event has been incredible, but this is it, the final days. You have until August 31st to take advantage of the year's most attractive offer. Get IDC's amazing value price and spread your payments over 2 years with 0 interest. And as a special bonus, IDC will even cover your first 2 payments. It's incredible, and everything's included. Thousands of engagement rings, designer jewelry, colored gemstones, pendants, bands, bracelets, the largest selection ever. Or if you prefer, you can get an instant 25% savings on all wedding bands during this incredible event. Take an amazing 25% off any wedding band. But there's just one catch. This spectacular Summer of Savings event ends August 31st at 6 p.m. and will not be extended. So hurry, pick any item, take advantage of 2 years 0 interest financing, and let IDC even cover your first 2 payments. Now through the end of August only, and only at International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando locations on approved credit.
As a marketer, you want to reach everyone, adults, teens, millennials, but it's not like these groups all hang out in the same place, right? Actually wrong. They're all right here, listening to radio commercials just like this one. Radio ads connect with 93% of Americans every week. That's more than Google, more than Facebook, more than TV. In fact, radio reaches 20% more millennials than TV. Want more of the people you want to talk to all in one place? Visit iHeartAdvertising.com and get AM/FM working for you. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
If you've been involved in a car accident, call me, Glenn Levine, at the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733, and take back control of your life.
Office in Orlando.
Nobody likes being a car salesman. And in this scenario, you're selling me your car. So don't lie, and I'll buy on the top money at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Let the professionals at Fence Outlet save you time and money. We handle everything from the free estimate to the install. We do it all, and you get 0% financing. So come into Fence Outlet or visit fenceoutlet.com today. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
You've got a beautiful life and big goals you still want to achieve. Help protect them with USAA's Level Term Life Insurance. It's coverage designed with big dreams in mind. Did you know life insurance can help your loved ones cover the cost of mortgage or bills, replace income, or even help with college costs if your earnings were no longer in the picture? That means you can all keep dreaming uninterrupted even if the unexpected happens, because USAA's budget-friendly life policy has you covered. USAA will be your partner through the entire process of selecting and setting up your policy. Learn how it works and how to pick the right coverage to protect your loved ones today. Visit USAA.com/keepdreaming to get started. Level Term 5, Form ICC 2099555-01-20. May vary by state. Life insurance provided by USAA Life Insurance Company, San Antonio, Texas. All life insurance products are subject to state availability, issue limitations, and contractual terms and conditions.
Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney. See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best, with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, one firm for life. A
small roof leak can lead to a big problem if not repaired. Call the professionals at Skylight Roofing for all your roofing needs. 407-430-ROOF. Get your free roof inspection, skylightroofing.com. Roof with us.
The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out. Packed with illustrations, the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart, conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. Available October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show. Also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on Facebook.
We're calling in on my point of
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Talkbacks, that's easy as well. Download the iHeartRadio app, go to Real Radio when you get it, and use that little microphone to send it on down the line. I'm Jim. Deb is here.
Festival.
That's right, Festival. Text that to 200-200 for your shot to go to the iHeartRadio Music Fest.
Like our winner last week.
I heard the day I leave, you guys get a winner.
Hey.
Didn't make me feel bad at all.
That's what they were waiting for.
Yeah.
Flex, baby, flex.
All right.
Jack is here.
Hey.
And Ross. Yeah. All right, we're talking a little bit about this magical dining thing. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed on Sunday, your boy, Sunday's newspaper, did you see the big layout we had? It's pretty cool, man. Scott Maxwell text like Wednesday morning or I think it was Wednesday morning? Thursday morning?
It was Friday when I saw it.
No, oh yeah. But it was released on Sunday. It was it was below the fold or above the fold. I can't remember what that is. And so we had last week or a couple weeks ago, Amy Drew Thompson said, "Hey, look, are you guys doing anything for Magical?" I said, "Are you kidding? This is when we light it up. I mean, this is when, me and Code Black and the wives, we go out and we really kind of stretch out our restaurant wings a little bit."
Oh no, you were on one of the list makers.
Yeah, we're list makers. And when I said the word list, I said we make lists. We're into it, And when she heard...
You said the magic word.
Yeah.
Yep, he did.
When she heard list maker, she goes, "Oh, man, are you serious?" I'm like, I'm dead serious. We do it we have texting. Like, I could go back in my text and show you every year Magical Dining hits that we immediately start this thread where we're kind of suggesting restaurants. As a matter of fact, we're going to our very first one Wednesday. And we just kind of follow that list. And she's like, "Wow, that's exactly what I'm doing the story on. Do you mind being a part of our story?" So I said, "Of course not." And we we did a photo shoot and we got interviewed, and Kelly, Code Black's wife, got interviewed. It was awesome. It was a great experience. I didn't expect it to be there though.
It was a great picture. Sunday, top of the fold, large
there
picture.
You go.
It was like, boom. We saw it on Friday. We were talking to Amy Drew, and it was online. But then Sunday's paper, boom.
Yeah.
Your face.
And Sunday's paper actually had one less photograph of us, and I mean, I'm going to sue, but, whatever.
Right.
But there was another one of us sitting in the restaurant. We're kind of laughing. That one didn't make it into the newspaper, though.
I think what's funny is that, like you and I were talking on during the break, in radio for nearly 30 years, right? Number one in every day part you've ever been in.
Yeah.
But the big write-up about you and the Sentinel is about eating.
I texted when Scott said that over. I think Scott thought I was bitching. I wasn't bitching in the least. I said, it's so funny. It's ironic. I've been in radio in Orlando and been fortunate enough to be, to do well in every day slot we've ever worked in. And I get into the paper because I eat. It'd be like Ross doing comedy his entire life and getting into the paper because he knows how to pick shoes.
Well, one of my favorite things was the fact that you didn't tell the most radio-friendly version of the story. It had to be Code Black's wife to clean it up. I thought, well, that's irony, isn't it? The radio professional has to get bleeped in the newspaper.
Boy, I got to tell you, watching Code Black eat mussels from that restaurant we were talking about is a fun machine. My man gets in there. Like, he leans back when he's done. Oh, got the napkin all tucked into his shirt. He's a big sloppy mess.
Our Twitter poll is now up at Jim Colbert Show. Do you tip on the original price on a discounted meal?
Yeah, so this is what happened a couple breaks ago. If you're just tuning in, hopping in your car from getting off work, the thing with Magical is it's a $40 prefix menu. And what that means is when you go to the restaurant and you let them know you're Magical Dining, and usually when you make your reservation, they'll know then. When they bring you the menu, it's a small menu, and usually the restaurants have like 3 appetizer choices, 3 or 4 entree choices, and 2 or 3 or 4 dessert choices. You pick one of those each for $40, right? It's that simple. You get the app, you get the entree, and you get the dessert. Now, part of the Magical Dining thing is if you're a restaurant and you choose to be part of Magical Dining, you have to have an item that's actually on the menu. You cannot produce an item specifically for Magical because the idea is to introduce new people to your menu. and they didn't want to short side the customer either, because if you feature a scallop dish or whatever, you should put a scallop dish on this menu because scallops are expensive, but that's what they wanted to have happen. And Ross's contention is that if you are getting the $40 prefix menu and you find out if you add up all of the meals or all of the items of your meal that you would have gotten not within Magical Dining, and let's say it would have been $70 instead of $40, you should tip on the $70 cost of that rather than the actual $40 cost. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, there's only one little clause that I would throw in there.
Okay.
Bring it, Santa.
The Magical Dining experience is not shortening the dish,
the portion.
But we've already found out that it is, because it is a prefixed meal. Like Jimmy said earlier, with the appetizer, instead of maybe getting 2 shrimps, you might get 1.
Or 3 to 2 or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. So you are getting a lesser amount than what you would get if you had ordered the full entree when it's outside of Magical Dining.
And then, and in that situation, who knows what I'm going to do. My whole point and hill that I'll die on is that if you are getting a discount on a meal, you tip on the original price.
Can I tell you, I almost kind of agree with you on that. Like if I have a 50% coupon, I go into a steakhouse and the meal is like $200, and I get half off that, I'm probably not going to just tip on the $100. I mean,
because that makes you look really cheap.
I would agree with you on that. But this prefix menu thing is a little different, and being around restaurant owners and people who work in the restaurant with Primetime for a while, I think most people kind of understand. And I'll give you a little behind the scenes thing here, okay?
Ooh.
And here's the behind the scenes truth. Now I know that Amy Drew and I talked about Magical Dining right before I left, the Friday beforehand. And, she said, the restaurants love it because, a lot of the people get introduced to the new menu item or the restaurant. Well, I will tell you that I know for a fact that a number of the people who are still part of the Magical Dining family did not view it that way originally. And as a matter of fact, about 5 or 6 years ago, went to a steak restaurant that will remain unnamed. And we were put in a completely different part of the restaurant that, let's say, wasn't part of the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
It was like if you're gonna have a birthday party, and it was like a back room for celebrations that you would rent. And so, in other words, you were pushed through the restaurant.
You're a pariah.
You were led through the restaurant and into its own little room where you sat there and ate Magical Dining while everybody else was out in the main room enjoying, the menu. And I have to tell you, that felt a little odd. Matter of fact, we made a comment to it I made a comment to the server about it. Like, are you hurdling or are you corralling all of the Magical Dining people into one area? And he just turned and kind of smiled. And then I noticed it again that same year at another restaurant, that it wasn't like, I'm not going to say you're going to get premium seating, but this was like seating elsewhere in the restaurant.
Like the back of the bus?
Yeah, like the back of the bus a little bit.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, those same people would have told you straight up, right up front, that they hated it. They felt obligated to be part of Magical Dining because everybody else was doing it, but they didn't like it and they didn't think it worked for their restaurant. Now, I think those have changed a lot, and that was only a few of the people I dealt with, but it wasn't always accepted with open arms, and maybe because of that very thing. The restaurants don't get to make the maximum on the meals they're serving, and the servers don't make the maximum on a meal that they would be serving, because that same four-top, a month later, instead of being $160, would be $350, with wine or whatever you want to add on to it, and that tip is considerably different. And of course, I don't know about servers. A lot of them I've met don't really look to the future a bunch. I'm like, oh, this is really going to work out for me in October. So they don't really look at that like that.
And then the big question when it comes to that specific scenario of Magical Dining is what do the sales look like for the server? Because at least to my knowledge, you tip out on your total sales for the rest of like the bartender, the bar back, the food runner.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, buddy. I know that happens, but I don't know. I guess that's probably negotiated within each restaurant, like how much you tip out the bartender or the bussers.
So you're supposed to tip out the other staff based on what you make in tips, and you're also supposed to claim your tips for tax purposes. However, I think at the time, and this is now 30 years ago, I think it was 7% of your sales should there was a lower number that you had to hit. So everyone would find out what their sales were, and then they'd claim their tips accordingly.
So my son and my daughter were servers for a while, and they did quite well with it. But my son used to complain about tipping out certain people in the restaurant. He didn't think, really killed it for him and stuff. But he would complain about it. He goes, "Yeah, I have to tip this bartender who never gets my drinks right and always gets them out there late, and I have to tip him the same amount every time, regardless." Like, you can't negotiate that as an employee. Like, I can't go, this guy gave me terrible service. You're only getting 2% tonight. You can't do that. You're stuck. You got to do that.
In many places, you don't know. And basically, it's the honor system for the server to say, well, yeah, I made $40. Here's your whatever 5%.
Sure.
And maybe they made 80.
Unless it's a cash tip, you'd be able to figure that out, though, right? Because you could go to the restaurant receipts and see from the what they tipped on their card.
You're also looking at somebody who enjoys tipping because that's where I try to get my good karma.
Well, you've been in
almost nowhere else.
And you've been in the service industry for a long time, so you know a lot of those people too, correct?
I know a lot of servers. The time that I was a server, I wasn't a real server.
Yeah.
I was getting paid an hourly wage, and I was serving on the same people in a retirement home.
Right.
But it did make me appreciate yo, this is not easy.
It isn't easy, and no one says it is. And I'm going to say something that probably is going to be super popular with those people, but they have to know for many, many years, all I did was talk about restaurants and how to take good care of them. But you chose to be a server, and you understand that in that world there are things that happen that you aren't going to agree with. Everybody's not going to tip 20%, and you're not ever going to get that whale that comes in there, tips 50% or leaves you $100. More than likely, a lot of your tippers are going to be in that 10 to 15% range, and maybe some of those might not tip at all. But the fact is, you chose to be a server, and understanding going in there that there are abnormalities in tipping. Culture has a big play in it. How much people are, where you're working has a big play in it. So it's hard. You have a right to complain because you feel like you've given great service. The standard tip is 20%, but you're never owed that. You're never owed that.
But society made that so, kind of.
They did.
Because we walk into a restaurant knowing that the employer pays them $3 an hour.
Sure.
Or if that.
How do you feel about they chose to do that, though, correct?
Yes.
They understand the pay structure going in, right?
What, the inconsistency?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I understand that they know going into that. Ideally, what I would like is that if I was, king of a different dimension, I would go, all right, no tips, higher wages, get consistency, and I would love that.
Isn't that that's what Europe does, right? That's why not many people from Europe tip here, because it's not part of their culture.
Yeah, right?
Like that money is built in there.
It's weird.
It's the same thing for when people come to the States and they see the price in the aisle. And then they go and they pay for it, and it's taxed at the register. In Europe, a lot of countries, they don't do that. You buy the product, it's what it says right there, and that's it. The tax is built into it.
Yeah, that would be but I'm also, I know that's a pipe dream. That's not going to happen anytime soon. So what I'm going to try to do is be a good variable in that equation.
Yeah.
I tipped like $2 on $7 today.
Damn, really, dude?
Yeah, I bought coffee and oatmeal.
Let me ask you, do you have a standard tip for a bar drink? Or is it more? Do you tip more for a cocktail, or do you tip on the price of the drink or the effort to make the drink?
More on a cocktail.
So if somebody gives you a beer, all they're doing is taking the cap off the beer and setting it on the counter. $1.
And that's also depends on where I'm at.
I agree with that. I think $1 on any beer. But you got to remember, you can get beers that are $15.
Yeah,
you're still getting $5. Yeah,
and you're still getting $1 for me. But if you make a really nice cocktail that takes a minute, I'll tip you a little bit more.
If it's a $5 beer, I'm tipping $1 on a $5 beer. But if it's like a nice frothy pour and it's a $10, I'm probably going $2. If it's a cocktail, we're looking at $12. I can do $2-3, especially if I'm like, oh, that looks great. She cared about that.
But if it's a frozen drink, it's no tip because the bartender was cursing you the whole time in their head.
Yeah.
I just
know machines for that now, Jack.
You're also looking at somebody who hasn't really donated to a lot of charities. So whenever I have a server experience, I'm like, well,
that's your charitable?
Yeah, let me get my good points in here.
He has said that before. He goes, I don't donate to charity, I tip well. That's always been his motto.
Yeah.
Ross Padgett, karma tipper.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Deb, are you a straight up the alley kind of tipper? Are you a service tipper? I mean, do you give somebody $1 for cracking a beer open for you?
I mean, yeah, but I've been a server, and I remember what it was like to give excellent service to that party of 10 who decided to leave you and they would leave you a prayer card about how Jesus is going to take care of you. And it's like, yeah, but your tip money really would have helped Jesus out.
That's what I tithe with. That's what you should have
said.
So,
I tip.
Irony.
Yeah, exactly. So I tip as a former server, but I don't go, 20% I'll start at if it's really exceptional service, or more likely, like now, people being so short-staffed, having that extra bit of patience, you almost feel like you want to tip a little extra just for saying thank you for showing up and doing this more often than not thankless job.
Well, you want to get some real money from me. Be one of 2 people on the floor, taking care of 15 tables, 20 tables. That's when you'll get my cash. When I see you wrecking it out there, shorthanded, not complaining, just working your ass off, that's when I'll really take care of you. We're talking like 11%.
It's funny you bring that up, though, because there was a fast food worker that was recently just chewed out by a customer because her order took longer than 15 minutes. She went inside to talk to the manager, and the manager said, "Ma'am, I'm so sorry, but he's one of 2 employees working at this restaurant." She went and got a card, wrote a message, and left him $40
nice.
As a way of saying, thank you for doing a job that's been really difficult.
And I think it's inevitable if a server is working his ass off, he's got a 10-table section, guess what happens? The quality of the service probably going to go down. He doesn't have enough time to have a nicer conversation. That's also, I'm a big sucker for that. If you're like, I friendly mood and you're talking to me and all that, I'll tip $3 on a beer. It's an extra $1.
Well, the other thing is, like, if you're coming to my table and I know you're overwhelmed and the service, as far as the timing of the service wasn't that great, but you're doing the best you possibly can because of the situation, and you're courteous while that's happening and keeping everybody informed. Hey, look, the kitchen just let me know we're running a little bit behind. Sorry for this. I'm going to get out here as quickly as possible. That goes a mile. That goes so far, man.
How well you pretend to care about me will get my tip.
1,000%. Jack, I'm just that shallow.
Are you good at being inauthentic?
All right, that's 20%.
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-1041. Load them up. Let's do trivia right after this.
We have a prize. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO moving.com.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Yet another up-and-down performance for Jordan Love. And the verdict is in, sorry, he's a bust. He's now in year 3. No growth. His head coach is constantly making excuses for him. Talent rises quickly. Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler, Herbert. Those guys have it. Love doesn't. If Love could play, he'd be playing, and Aaron Rodgers would be elsewhere. I'm Colin Cowherd.
Staples has everything you need for school at prices that won't hold you back. Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents, and 2 pocket paper folders at just 25 cents each. In-store only. Offer ends 8/27, limit 30. Don't send your kids back to school. Send them forward at Staples.
Our Twitter question of the day is about tipping, and it's available at Jim Colbert Show on Twitter. It's brought to you by WeAreNotTheBanks.com. Direct mortgage lender Brad Siebert and the team at We Are Not the Banks focus on getting you the financing for the home that you want to buy, or maybe refinancing the home where you currently reside. They handle all types of buyers, good credit or bumps in your credit, and all types of loans, VA, conventional, even jumbo, and no income documentation loans. I used We Are Not the Banks for my refi several years ago. It was fast, easy, got a great rate. Thanks to Brad Siebert and the team at WeAreNotTheBanks.com. NMLS ID number 1169, equal housing opportunity.
With prices increasing everywhere, Duke Energy is here to help with your energy bill, offering a variety of customer assistance programs. Lower rates for using energy at different times of day, free energy insights to help lower your bill, and payment plans and programs that make staying on budget easier. We're Duke Energy, and we're here to help you. Paid for by Duke Energy shareholders.
Dragons are coming. Step back into the world of Game of Thrones with the new HBO original series, House of the Dragon, now streaming on HBO Max. Each week, return to Westeros for the inside scoop with the official Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon.
Dreams didn't make us kings. Dragons did.
Listen to the official Game of Thrones podcast, House of the Dragon, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
There are 16 spots in the playoffs and just one track left. Well, not just any track. Daytona. A last chance to keep playoff hopes alive and for fans to experience an event unlike any other. NASCAR weekend at Daytona International Speedway, August 26th and 27th. Get your tickets now at DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com.
Hey amigos, Becky G here to let you know that if you want it all just like I do, there's a new way to save with Xfinity Internet.
That's right. Now get Xfinity Internet with unlimited data, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free Flex 4K streaming box with your favorite entertainment. All for just $55 a month for 12 months with no annual contract required. Switching to Xfinity has never been easier. It's risk-free and you get all the Wi-Fi power your family needs for a house full of connected devices. And with everything you've got going on at home, you deserve internet that can keep up. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Get an incredible value on unlimited internet and free streaming. Switch today.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. New fast internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 12 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Hi, I'm always running out of hot water. Do you think you can...
We offer convenient service during normal banking hours.
Great. So my water heater. I was thinking maybe a tankless...
Are you sure you actually need one?
What, need a water heater?
Ghastly things, they take up so much room.
But the tankless ones are smaller and you never run out of...
Oh, don't be such a baby. Have a cold shower. It's refreshing.
But my family...
People like you are too soft. Hot water is for the weak.
That's it. This would never happen with Frank Gay.
But you didn't call Frank Gay.
Wish I had.
We all wish you had.
That's it. I'm calling Frank Gay.
When you want an efficient tankless water heater, you want it done right. An easy solution to lower utility bills while providing unlimited hot water to your family. That's the Frank Gay way.
Shall I come over and burp you, you big baby?
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
This hour of talk is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Hey guys, I just wanted to call in or voice chat in about the tipping thing. Kind of my rule of thumb, so say I'm at that Norwegian steakhouse Utbach. If I get a discount, say it's $10, I'll cut that discount in half and tip that. So on a $60 bill, I'd normally tip $12, but with the $10 off, I'll tip $15 because I get $10 off, takes it to $50, and then I tip back.
Boom! You got to do that at Utbach. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. We're going to be one of the only stations in town plays In Excess, like old school In Excess. So good. God dang, this is such a good band. Welcome back. I'm Jim, Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. Speaking of Ross, let's find out what's in the old sauce jar.
the return of the OG clickety-clack all aboard.
Chugga, chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
It's so good to have you back. And it's also, it feels
I kind of
great.
enjoyed the
Who did it?
replacement on
Who
that.
did it while I was gone?
Not saying,
Me.
but...
Oh,
Yeah.
clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
You have to make it sound so terrible.
Yeah. Well, guess what's not terrible? The sauce jar. This is amazing.
Coming in hot?
I have a pair of tickets
Oh, boy.
to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Are you kidding?
What?
With special guests, The Strokes and Thundercat.
Damn, really?
That's one hell of a show.
Let me tell you, I've seen the Chili Peppers, but I'd love to see the Strokes.
And that's going down Thursday, September 15th at Camping World Stadium. This is another one of those shows where I'll be like, all right, Buddy Dyer, where's your little
Where's
speech?
your yeah, exactly.
Where's your announcement? Make this a big deal and get more likability points. Red Hot Chili Peppers is chilling in the sauce jar.
But he's got to make the announcement in nothing but a sock.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right.
Oh,
The old
never
flea.
mind. Never mind.
Oh,
You never know, buddy. You never know. Buddy could be very impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, his name is Buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's welcome Paul. No. I'm so sorry, Paul.
Oh, wait. Sauce Jar is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. Go local and support a family-owned and operated Orlando moving and storage company. Do not forget to mention the Jim Colbert Show because that will get you a discount. Book them today at centomoving.com. That's CENTO. Moving.com. Still glad to have your clickety-clack back.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Glad to be back. Ross, who goes first today, buddy?
Let's welcome Austin on line 3.
Austin, how you doing, man?
Good. Tried to shortchange me there, Ross. Am I on the phone with the world-renowned Jim Colbert, famous as a magical diner?
I smell something.
Listen, wise ass. I haven't read you the question yet. You better be nice. Would you like?
I'm your baby bird, Daddy. Feed
All right,
me.
would you like to play a little game with us?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it then.
Game show.
All right, Austin, it's a very easy game. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of them is a lie. If you can find it, I will send you to the sauce jar and off to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Have you ever seen them before, Austin?
I have not.
Yeah, you know what? Pretty good show. I've seen them twice. The first show was really good. The second show was okay. It was still good. You know, playlist is always solid. Chili Peppers. All right, here we go.
I'm down for it.
This person, however, is a drummer, a dancer, guitarist, actor, singer-songwriter, and a cosmetics maven.
What?
Phil Collins.
Maven.
Phil Collins.
Is Maven sexually
Female.
oriented?
Female.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Sheila E.
Good one. Drummer.
Cher?
Well, she's a percussionist.
Happy birthday to Madonna, who turned 64 this month.
She's a drummer?
Yes.
Really?
64 years old, Madonna.
Stop it.
And she almost looked like, well, she doesn't at all right now, actually. Here are 3 fun facts about the Material Girl and 1 borderline line. Number 1, she was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2008, her first year of eligibility. Number 2, Nancy Kerrigan used a Madonna medley for her 1994 Olympic figure skating program. Number 3, she grew up in Detroit listening to David Bowie, and that was her very first concert. Or lastly, once on top, Madonna is now the 3rd best-selling female recording artist of all time. Which one of those is a lie?
I'm going to have to go with number 3, Jimmy.
Number 3 is absolutely true, unfortunately. She did grow up in Detroit listening to David Bowie, and that was her very first show. Who's next, Ross?
lucky.
Now let's welcome Paul.
Paul up top. Paul, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Jim?
Good, brother. We're talking about Madonna here. Find the lie for me, and I'll send you off to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Number 1, she was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2008, her first year of eligibility. Number 2, Nancy Kerrigan used Madonna medley for her 1994 Olympic figure skating program. Or lastly, once on top, Madonna is now the 3rd best-selling female recording artist of all time.
I'm going to say number 4.
Number 4 is the answer. Why is that?
Because I think she's number 2.
She's I think she's the GOAT, dude. I think she's still number 1.
Okay.
Yeah, there you are, the winner, though.
Yay!
Chili Peppers!
Enjoy the Chili Peppers, friend.
It's biblical.
Yeah, first year of eligibility, that's a no-brainer. You weren't around for the Madonna thing, which started, I think, in 82 or 3 with Borderline or Lucky Star.
My Madonna thing is when she made out with Britney.
Yeah.
And then also there was a Madonna song that came out, and I loved it. Time goes by.
She, I guess I'm gonna tell you about that in a second because there's another song that I've never even heard of. But I will tell you, in my youth, not childhood, but as a teenager, going up through in my 30s, Madonna was relevant for 3 straight decades, like continuously on the charts, continuously
reinventing
herself from Material Girl to when she was married with Sean Penn. She looked like a housewife, wearing dresses and her hair up nice. And then they got divorced, and she lost her mind and went into the BDSM world and
the sex book.
Yeah, the sex book, which I had a copy of, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, those 2 pages were never the same.
They weren't.
Was she with Sean Penn during I Am Sam?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I know, but it was close.
Oh, they did Shanghai Surprise together. I do know that.
Right.
I love
what
that
a
move.
Quality.
Oh yeah,
film.
Total good picture. She's been in a number of movies, right? She was in
Desperately Seeking Susan.
Dick Tracy.
Don't Cry for Me.
Argentina.
Yeah, but what was Eva?
Evita?
She was
Evita?
Evita, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, man, she's been in a lot of movies. I didn't realize that. And then just as many number 1 hits as you need. I mean, literally as many number 1 hits as you need. I mean, I think she had albums where she had like 4 or 5 number 1s on one album, like that Michael Jackson thing. I think she had multiple of those.
That's awesome.
Crazy good. All right, a couple other things you may not know about Madonna. She was inducted. Nancy Kerrigan did use a medley for her, and she did grow up in Detroit. She's a capable roller skater, and likes the disco roller skate.
Ooh,
makes sense.
Date
though.
night with Jimmy.
That's what she did in the music video for "Time Goes By So Slowly" song.
She's dated everybody in Hollywood, including Dennis Rodman, Tupac, Jose Canseco, Vanilla Ice, and JFK Jr.
Yep.
Hung Up.
Hung Up. That's the song.
Is the best charting song worldwide.
Yeah.
It earned a place in the Guinness Book of World Records for topping the charts in 41 countries.
Yeah. And I think that came out in late 90s?
Yep. Madonna outdid Elvis Presley as the artist with the most top 10 singles after 4 minutes became her 37th Hot 100 top 10 hit. Wow. 37th. She contributes to various charities, having founded the Ray of Light Foundation in 1998 and Raising Malawi in 2006.
Oh, Malawi.
Malawi, there you go.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you, appreciate that. Like a Virgin became the first album by a female to sell over 5 million copies in the U.S. So even all through the 50s, when and all through the 60s, when you had great acts like not the Pointer Sisters, who are the other, Diana Ross.
Supremes.
The Supremes and all of those wonderful groups that had those great, Billie Holiday, who sang At Last? Etta James.
Oh, yeah.
All those great vocalists, Dionne Warwick, and not one of those people had more albums than Madonna had after Like a Virgin. And then lastly, she just released her album, Finally Enough Love, 50 number 1s. 50 number 1 hits. I guess that's the greatest hits album.
Yeah.
All the hits. What's coming up for thoughts, buddy?
So we're going down the wedding route here. You just got back from a wedding. I realized that there are some aspects of planning a wedding that I am bad at. And I wanted to pick your brain on a couple things and also let you know how bad I am at planning a wedding.
All right, we'll do that next.
Botch free since 2008. At Real Radio 1041 on Twitter. Powered by Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, contact Clausman Law at clausmanlaw.com.
Southbound travel on the Turnpike is a stop-and-go ride right now between 417 and US 192. It's also slow westbound on I-4 between 417 and Osceola Polk Line Road. Heavy stuff, too, between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway, as well as eastbound between Osceola Parkway and 535. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Dog days of summer got your business needing help? Check out Indeed, an all-in-one hiring solution that makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's get that old bathroom out of there and get you a brand new bathroom you're going to love, and that's going to come from Rebath of Mid-Florida. Their offices could not be easier to find. The showroom along with it, right up in 436 in Altamont, right across from Kobe. And when you walk in, you're going to see some models set up. And let me explain something real quick. Every bathroom from Rebath is a custom bathroom. The models that you're going to see when you walk into the showroom are just to show you what the products look like. They have so many great products, and they can create so many different textures and colors. Natural stone like travertine and marble, all those cut perfectly so there are no grout lines. And that's what you'll see. Just a few models so you can get an idea what these products can look like in your bathroom. Here's the cool part, right? They take all those great products and they put you together with a design team. They go through your house, find out what's going to really complement this, what's going to look amazing. Then that design team does their thing. You guys whittle it down. Next thing you know, you have a beautiful bathroom that's just waiting to be installed. That's going to take about 4 to 6 days, not months, not weeks, 4 to 6 days with their team. When it's all said and done, when they walk out, lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. You simply can't beat it. It's Rebath in Mid-Florida. They're great people as well. Log on today and book your new bathroom at rebathmidfla.com.
My trick for getting the fam out of the house on time? Who wants a crispy chicken McMuffin? Yeah. Yep, that's what I thought. Now at McDonald's, order up delicious crispy chicken sandwiches for breakfast and feed the whole fam. Try a savory crispy chicken biscuit or a tasty crispy chicken McMuffin. Order yours through the McDonald's app and get 20% off any order of $1 or more. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Offer valid at participating McDonald's. Valid one time per day. Excludes tax. McDonald's app download and registration required.
One ice-cold frozen Coke, please. And one frozen Sprite lemonade. Nah, make that 2. And let me throw in 3 McCafe iced coffees to top it all off. How to please the whole crew? Hit up the drive-thru. Try a new frozen Sprite lemonade or a bold McCafe iced coffee. Get any size for just $1.79. There's a perfect order for everyone. It's more than a drink. It's a McDonald's drink. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or compliment. Coca-Cola, Fanta, Sprite, and Lemonade are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
Man, no question. Inflation is running high. Nobody knows when it's going to level out. That's why you got to buy your windows and doors right now at FAS Windows and Doors and lock in your price. The largest window and door showroom in all of Central Florida. 38 unique windows ready for you to operate. And these are built with impact-resistant glass. That gives you security, noise reduction, and maximum efficiency. Not to mention they have a full selection of hurricane windows and doors as well. All estimates always free at FAS, and their estimators always give you tons of options as well. Plus, all products have a lifetime warranty, and if you act right now, you can receive rebates of $55 per window and $95 per door. No money down, no interest, no payments for 12 months is available. Hop on board today at FASWD.com or visit the showroom, Fairbanks and I-4. It's FAS Windows and Doors.
A beautiful new fence from our friends at Mossy Oak Fence increases the safety and security for your family and pets. Have a dog or a new puppy? Visit mossyoakfences.com and ask about their puppy picket. That's mossyoakfences.com. Let the Mossy family protect your family.
Summer's winding down, and we know you want to enjoy what's left of it. But before you celebrate this Labor Day weekend, plan ahead and know all your options. If you drink, don't get behind the wheel. Instead, designate a sober driver or catch a ride service. And if you are the designated sober driver, commit to staying sober. Celebrate responsibly and remember to drive sober or get pulled over. This message brought to you by the Florida Department of Transportation.
O'Reilly! Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is it. Your last chance to win $5,000 a week forever from Publishers Clearinghouse. There are just days left to enter. Win $5,000 a week for your life. Then after that, someone you choose gets $5,000 a week for their life. But you must enter at PCH.com before it's too late. Leave a legacy for your loved ones. Hurry, time is running out. So enter now at PCH.com. $5,000 a week forever. Don't miss your last chance to win it this August 31st. Enter now at PCH.com. Entries due 8/29. No purchase necessary. Border prohibited.
At EasyCater, food for work is our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what's up with the other 7%?
Everyone, meet our newest employee, Susan. She has an idea that is going to revolutionize our food ordering.
Hi, Susan. So nice to meet you.
Unfortunately, she just gave her notice, and today is her last day.
I'm gonna miss her. Why don't all companies order through EasyCater? Who knows? Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on EasyCater.com. EasyCater, food for work. That's our thing.
Local or long distance, when it's time to move, let Cento Family Moving and Storage move you. CentoMoving.com.
Save time and money with the vinyl fence in a box from Fence Outlet. It comes with everything you need to easily install it yourself with 0 down and 0% financing. Go to fenceoutlet.com today for more information and store locations. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
Celebrate the next giant leap in space travel. In honor of the historic Artemis mission, Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex is hosting special pre-launch events from August 26th through the 28th. Get tickets at kennedysspacecenter.com.
No payments until December with approved credit? Visit nationstrucks.com today.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind studio. Your accident, your future, your attorney. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or call pound 546 from your cell. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show. Also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Wow, you can really tell that Ross gets paid really well at iHeart if he's spending that much tip on the original price. I'm going to tip based on whatever the receipt says.
Garbage.
So if the receipt's discounted,
you're a garbage person.
I'm tipping on that. That's just plain and simple.
Trash. You can't say that. You're
I
calling.
just did.
You're calling most people. Am I a garbage person?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh my God! Look at this guy.
I think you're making
Ouch.
the wrong
Look at
decision
this
if
guy.
you are tipping on your discounted price.
Okay.
Yeah, listen, I donate to charities outside of servers, so I'm good.
All right, 407
trash to your servers.
1041.
No, I'm not.
You can text us at 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is here. Jack is here. Let's find out what the judge thinks.
It's weird.
Get him, Judge.
I'll die on the sale.
All right, that's fine.
You keep saying that.
That's fine.
It's
I think you're already
Ross.
dead up there, actually.
Spelled like sauce. It's Ross Thoughts.
Ross Thoughts is brought to you by Mills Air, where they believe in tipping on the original price.
How dare you?
No.
How
but
dare
all
you
serious,
use your plug to come at me like that?
And if
all
that were true.
and all serious, you doubt that I don't tip on the original
Oh,
price?
no, I know you do because it doesn't sound like it makes sense.
Completely does.
Okay.
They're judged off their sales.
Okay,
they tip out.
Okay.
Ross Thoughts are brought to you by Mills Air, and that is a decision that you will never regret.
You won't. I'm with you on that one, buddy.
It's absolutely phenomenal. One decision that I'm starting to regret is, my God, my dessert choices. I chose
For
what? For my wedding.
Okay, what's going on?
Well, so there's a cake.
Okay.
But the cake is kind of small.
Okay. And for the record, one of the new things is, like at my daughter's wedding, they had a pretty small cake, but they also had cupcakes on the side.
Bang, bang, bang. Quadruple bang.
Exactly.
That's what we're doing here.
Because you can do different flavors and you're not locked into, like, if somebody doesn't like chocolate or whatever. I mean, you could do that. I think it's maybe a little bit cheaper, too.
I believe so. So I went ahead and I started deciding. Cakes are so expensive. Cakes
I know,
are
ridiculous.
Holy
I don't get it.
criminies, what happened to that?
I do get it. I do get why cakes are so expensive, because a lot of them become,
They're pieces of art almost.
Pieces of art, yeah.
Centerpieces for the wedding, actually.
Yeah, they look insane. They're like, wow, I don't even know how you make a cake look like that. And that's because someone put 5,000 hours into baking.
That's the thing. ugly cakes can taste just as good, and they're cheaper.
Yeah, they are, but the problem
Get the
is
ugly cake.
they don't set the tone, though.
Yeah, exactly.
And what do you think the average price is for a wedding cake these days? What are you paying?
So I do not know the price offhand of my cake, but it's not a crazy amount.
Let me hit you with what mine costs. I'm going to show you the number. I'm not going to say the number. I'm just going to hold it up. Each one of my fingers represents $100.
Yeah, that is a more expensive cake than what I'm
right
getting.
now, that's all we had, and it was 3 tiers, and we had nothing else, and that was serving everybody in the wedding, 100 people.
So we go ahead, and when you hit up the bakery that we're going with, they're like, all right, well, we're going to send you some cupcakes of, the cake, the frosting, and the jam to sample out what you want your cake to be.
Tasting. That's absolutely right.
Tasting.
It's wonderful. That's a very traditional thing to do, too.
So me and Olivia, my fiance, there was 4 cupcakes that they were going to do. So 8 total cupcakes, 2 different flavors for each one of us to try each other's preferences. She went ahead, knocked it out of the I feel like I wasted.
Well, she do like red velvet so it matches your suit or something?
Not red velvet. We're kind of anti-red velvet.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I hate red velvet.
I don't really.
Red velvet sucks.
Isn't it just chocolate?
It sucks. It's
with
tough.
red dye.
It sucks.
And then it also is worrisome when it's leaving your body, and you're like, okay, a demon left me. It's kind of.
We get it.
Okay. But I go ahead, had the sampling experience last night. Olivia chose, if I remember correctly, chocolate with cream cheese frosting and raspberry.
Oh, that's nice. That's a wonderful pairing.
It's phenomenal.
You can't lose with that.
And
Definitely a nice flavor profile.
Yeah.
Get 'em
profile, Facebook status, all of it. It's so good.
That little acid really helps with the raspberry because the everything else can get a little gummy.
There goes Bill Nye.
So he's breaking down the compounds of the chocolate. And then her other one was almond cake lemon frosting.
Man. Now you're starting to talk my world.
Yeah, and then I was like, damn, all right. So we did her cupcakes first, and I was like, those are delicious.
Why even? Would you get a Hostess Twinkie and a Burger King apple pie?
Oh, dude, I goofed up.
Key lime or something?
So those were her
Don't
two
say
cupcakes.
cookies and cream.
Those were her two cupcakes.
And by the way, those are classic offerings.
And
classic, elegant offerings.
And the almond cake with the lemon frosting was phenomenal.
Wonderful.
And then we got to try different, jams and stuff. There was a raspberry jam that we tried with it. We tried like a chocolate spread. I loved it with the strawberry in there. I was like, damn. And now it's time to go to my 2 selections.
Oh, boy.
How about a lemon cake? Sounds good.
So far, so good. Lemon cake's solid.
Cookie butter frosting.
I'm sorry?
What?
Cookie butter frosting.
So it's like a lemon cookie butter frosting.
That's what I was shooting for. And this thing tasted like butt. It tasted so bad.
You heard somebody take a bite and went, what is that, ass?
Didn't anyone warn you off of this?
No, I went into it like I want lemon and I want cookie butter.
Oh, so you went into it like a 4-year-old.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's just what I was thinking.
Or your mother.
Those are things that I like. I'm going to go with that.
All right.
And it did not work.
It didn't match up, huh?
At all.
That's the point of the tasting. You can still change your mind, right?
Yeah, but that was that was my grand slam.
Do you care about it reflecting Florida at all and going, some of the...
I just want taste.
Got it? Okay.
I'm not even like, I am a cake guy, but I'm not like, oh, God, is that chocolate cake?
All right, strike 1 on the lemon and...
Cookie butter frosting.
Cookie butter frosting.
That's so bad.
When I took a bite into it, I really looked at myself and was like, you're a monster, dude.
Yeah.
You're not good.
Listen,
at
cookie
this.
butter frosting sounds great, though. I mean, I'm sure it would work with something.
Work with something. I know what it doesn't work with. Lemon cake.
All right,
not at all. Who said cookies and cream?
I did.
I went,
No.
Come on, Ross.
Ross.
Did you also order yourself a race car bed?
And you call us trash human beings? You're over there eating like a 4-year-old.
First of all, cookies and cream. Classic. Cookies and cream is great.
You gonna wash that down with a Go-Gurt or a Capri Sun?
Exactly.
Don't get that on your diaper. It'll never come out.
Cookies and cream is good.
Okay.
I mean,
it's good.
Cookies and cream.
okay.
It's a great ice cream.
It is good if you're going to DQ and you're getting a blizzard, like a cookies and cream blizzard or whatever. That's perfect.
Good time right there.
McFlurry.
Yeah.
Also
Yeah,
saying
there
that's
you go.
another good time.
You guys gonna tear down Oreos? Oreos taste good. That's a good.
Yes.
Oreo cookies are
Yes.
good.
Nobody hates
Yeah.
Oreos.
That's
Yes.
what. So
We're
let me
Americans.
defend cookies and cream real fast.
Not
Okay.
for a wedding.
And that's the thing is that like and I'm fine. I don't even care really what it. I kind of care what it looks like, but I went cookies and cream frosting.
Oh,
What do you think I went with for the cake?
Oh man, this could be anything.
poppy seed.
No, don't accidentally guess that right.
I went lemon again.
I was gonna,
What is wrong with you?
I really like lemons right now. I'm a lemon guy.
So you had the opportunity to get another cake, and you didn't get another cake. You stuck with lemon and then put cookies and cream frosting on it,
so
Ross?
you got cookie butter the first time.
disgusting.
You sound like the redneck kid at the fountain.
I straight dropped the ball, dude.
What do they call those things? When you put a little something of every soda, there's a word.
It's a suicide.
Suicide, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is what I wanted to do to myself. As I'm looking at my desserts, going like, I am so bad at this.
Olivia hasn't backed out of the wedding.
So,
Has she? Based on this?
I saw the glimmer of failure in her eye.
Did she literally like openly laugh at you? Because if she didn't, she missed a wonderful opportunity.
Who goes double lemon? I'm filled with so much regret today of like,
Listen, go
I
lemon.
did not do this right at all. Can we do it again?
It would be better that okay. So is she can? Does the cake's icing have to complement the color palette for the wedding? Because that's kind of a thing sometimes.
Nah.
No, not worried
I
about
think we're
that?
just going straight taste. Because here's the thing. I also know that, like, the vast majority, like, when you guys are at the wedding, which that brings up a whole nother thing, that another fear of mine. Not you guys in particular, but kind of part of it. Kind of part of it.
what?
Is that you guys are going to be eating, like, brownies and cookies. There's but like it's like a massive table of a bunch of desserts.
Right.
So what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. I was over here. I was imagining my wedding last night,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, "Oh, this is such a good song." Not as a first dance song, but just like the DJ plays this song, and I was painting the picture of like, and then the beat builds up a little bit, and then it drops, it goes hard, and then we can get everybody, involved dancing. And then Olivia looked at me and goes, I think you're really overestimating how many young people are at our wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
She's
hit
right.
me like, what? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God. Now, I'm not even talking about you guys.
But you're not calling me
But
old.
you
What you're
are.
saying?
I'm not calling you guys old.
Because I will dance.
But he is.
I will do the moonwalk around the DJ.
I know that you guys are down, but I do know that there's like grandparents. There's so many wrinkly peeps.
Yeah, it's fine though, dude. I mean, they still like to get down.
Yeah, but
Mix in a 50s tune.
My age group is going to be, I think, the minority as it is right now.
Are you serious?
For my wedding.
Look, man. Well, that's gonna be a tough DJ mix.
I know.
And
I always, as a former wedding DJ, it was always tough. You have from 8 to 80.
That's right.
You
don't have
know,
to worry about the 8-year-olds, but
Yeah. Oh, but they will hassle you.
yeah. They also take your gift back if you're 80 and you have to wind up listening to Skrillex all night. Chances are they're gonna pull that GoPro back from you.
So what I'm going to do is that I'm never going to choose a dessert for any wedding.
You should never do that
ever in my life. Who goes double lemon cake?
Chocolate with cookies and cream is a winner. You can't lose
That's
there.
why I automatically thought he was
I mean,
going with that.
I was just sold on having a lemon cake. I really like lemon
Vanilla
stuff.
with cookies and cream would work too.
Yeah, that's classic.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though: cutting into a cookies and cream cake at a wedding is that would be.
That's somebody did text us that they're surprised he didn't go with the funfetti route.
Oh,
Hey, listen.
you have candles on it.
I am happy to say that I am not choosing any of the choices that I made, but I do know I regret the cupcakes, but I do not regret calling Mills Air.
No, you don't.
That's the one thing. I looked at my fiance and I was like, yeah, sure, my cupcake selection sucked, but look at that AC unit out back. Now, who did that? big dog me. And you can be that big dog too. It's Florida. It's hot. Everything outside is super spicy. You know, when you wake up and you see like your mirrors and they're all foggy, you know, they look like a Titanic love scene because it's so humid out.
Yeah.
That's how powerful Mills Air is, though. It's cooling down your house. It has been the best choice I've made all year, and I proposed. Mills Air is a Carrier factory authorized dealer. I love my 15-SEER Carrier unit, and I cannot get over how quiet it is. Their techs can service any brand out there, so if you don't have a Carrier, don't worry. But if you do have a Carrier, it's time to turn to the experts at Carrier. Call today, schedule your appointment, 407-277-1159, or visit them online at millsair.com. Those are your Ross thoughts. I'm out. Peace.
Thanks, buddy. 407-916-1041. Our buddy Ray Trinley from TK Law up next.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7. It's a corporate time with Tom and Dan, brought to you by Gringos Locos and SecuredRoofingAndRestoration.com. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Mike, and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Southbound travel on the Turnpike very heavy still between 417 and US 192. We're also very heavy westbound on I-4 between 417 and Osceola Polk Line Road. We're steady between Princeton Street and Robinson Street. Eastbound is also slow between Osceola Parkway and State Road 535. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Blindster. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com.
You know, back in the day, crime was someone stealing something off your patio, maybe somebody breaking in your house, taking your big screen TV. Now it's violent crime, breaking in your car or truck, stealing gas, hacking into cameras and doorbells, stealing your privacy, spying on you, sometimes breaking into your house while you're there. Criminals today are much smarter, violent, and empowered, and you can't fight them with DIY alarms. These new criminals are no match for SafeTouch security and surveillance 5-star systems with their 5 layers of detection to stop today's criminals in their tracks. Crooks know to stay away from SafeTouch houses. SafeTouch's new advanced technology cameras with analytics alert the homeowner via text or video notification that the property's been violated. And they alert the crooks that they're being recorded and that the authorities have been notified. Plus, SafeTouch's Crash and Smash alerts SafeTouch's monitoring system that a protected door or opening has been violated before they even make it in the house. And if they do get in, the two-way communicator notifies police a potential crime is detected, allowing for faster, safer responses. All of this advanced SafeTouch equipment is backed up by a lifetime parts and labor warranty as long as you are a monitored SafeTouch customer. Take the surprise advantage away from crooks with a SafeTouch security system. Call today. Receive professional installation at no charge. That's 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com. Don't delay. Demand is at an all-time high. State license EF233.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Florida Jobs Now.
You've got a beautiful life and big goals you still want to achieve. Help protect them with USAA's Level Term Life Insurance. It's coverage designed with big dreams in mind. Did you know life insurance can help your loved ones cover the cost of mortgage or bills, replace income, or even help with college costs if your earnings were no longer in the picture? That means you can all keep dreaming uninterrupted even if the unexpected happens, because USAA's budget-friendly life policy has you covered. USAA will be your partner through the entire process of selecting and setting up your policy. Learn how it works and how to pick the right coverage to protect your loved ones today. Visit USAA.com/keepdreaming to get started. Level Term 5, Form ICC 2099555-01-20. May vary by state. Life insurance provided by USAA Life Insurance Company, San Antonio, Texas. All life insurance products are subject to state availability, issue limitations, and contractual terms and conditions.
I could ask my family for money, and I'm sure they'd help me out, but I'd rather depend on me.
An AmScot cash advance could mean up to $500 on the spot with no credit check. Get started at amscot.com.
AmScot.
Some restrictions apply.
Some people were made to follow the instructions. We were made to make our own. To always measure twice and never cut corners. Unless, of course, we've got a compound miter saw. Northern Tool and Equipment is a problem solver's paradise. There's nothing we can't find, fix, or figure out together. We're made for this. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com.
Stop avoiding your erectile dysfunction issue. Peak Performance for Men is offering their best offer yet. Call today to book your free consultation and free blood flow evaluation. Peak Performance for Men helps over 80% of men who receive the treatment experience long-term improvement. All it takes is one phone call for a free consult. Call 407-464-8181. That's 407-464-8181.
There are those who feel living with debt is inevitable. But there are those who strive for freedom. These are the ones who are willing to play the long game, who don't cut corners. And those are the ones who know not all financial institutions are the same. Fair wins. Financial freedom happens here. Visit fairwinds.org.
The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out. Packed with illustrations, the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart, conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. Available October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com. or wherever you buy your books.
Order your Hummer EV at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade. The Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
Hey, Jimmy, you know I always have your back. So while you were gone and you couldn't defend yourself, I want you to look at your cohorts in the face and ask them about Salty Porky.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks for tuning in on this beautiful Monday as it starts to cloud up.
Yeah.
So hot. When you come back from Denver and you get off that airplane, you're like, oh my God, Florida.
Oh, yeah.
Just kiss all my ass with this heat. God almighty, just so brutal.
How bad was the line at the airport?
You know, I got to tell you, the one thing that didn't happen at both airports, we did not have to wait very long.
Really?
Although the line getting through security in Denver was relatively long, we never stopped moving. And in Orlando, we left on a Wednesday at 8 o'clock in the morning to go to Denver, which is a pretty busy route, by the way.
Yeah.
But because I guess ski season hasn't begun yet,
okay,
that it really wasn't that bad at all. The problem is when we got in the air, our flight got turned around over Georgia because of a mechanical issue, and another person in the wedding, their flight got turned over an hour and a half in because of a personal issue.
Wow.
They had to arrest somebody.
People want to go to Colorado and have a good time.
They want to go to Colorado and have a good time. I don't know what's different there, though.
But that airport.
Oh, there's that one thing.
That airport's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not bad. You know, I used to really like it, and then as I've traveled around a little bit, I'm like, yeah, it's cool. It's different when you fly in. It looks like a giant circus tent sitting in the middle of nowhere.
The Denver airport.
Yeah.
That thing is filled with so many conspiracies.
Oh, it is. The lizard men and all that stuff.
Yeah, dude, it is wild.
Yeah, it is crazy. If you ever want to check that out, you can Google the Denver airport conspiracies, and it gets real. I mean, it gets out there.
It gets weird quick.
Yeah, it does. Because there's something about that horse that's out there too, is something. There's some kind of. I mean, there's supposed to be a mosaic that if you look at it at a certain angle, it says. I mean, it's all kinds of.
Really?
Isn't that
I didn't hear that one.
Isn't that the airport where like the carpet it has been turned into like pajamas? The pattern on the carpet has been turned into.
I don't know.
Yeah, textiles and stuff.
Really?
Like
I don't remember
popular.
there being a carpet in the airport.
Yeah. And when you. Oh, yeah.
I thought that was all like tile.
I think there is carpet in that airport.
Maybe
because it's nasty. And
it's an airport.
You fly in Orlando. Orlando's. I mean, I think we have a pretty nice airport.
It's pretty new. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of the wings are relatively new.
And then that new one's brand new. So
Yeah.
407-916-1041. Here with Ray Trendley, TK Law, one firm for life, offices up in Altamont Springs.
Right.
And you know, we were talking earlier. You sent me over a list of things that are actually kind of cool, or this concept. And you know, we hear other attorneys talking about this, but no one's ever really like emailed me to go, you know, we should talk about this. And it's about finding the right lawyer.
Yeah.
And it's weird that that's not spoken about more in picking an attorney because attorneys represent so much advertising now. And you're inundated with messages from attorneys about how honest they are, or, what they fight for, or what they're specializing in, or, how much money they've made for their clients, which I think is a little gauche, but either way. And you actually said, hey, look, let's just go over picking a good attorney.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it could be, you see a guy with a good suit, he's got a nice car, you're thinking, oh, this guy's successful. He works for a big firm, he's got a nice suit and everything. I mean, he must be good at what he does. He must be getting money for people because he's getting money. But let's go over that a little bit. Like, first things first, though, a lot of people don't even know when to hire an attorney.
That's right. Yeah, and so I read an article that was just talking about the selection of a lawyer process, and this is a very real thing that I just went through for one of my best friends. He's unfortunately involved in a very nasty divorce.
Oh, yeah?
And so, he's fortunate that he has me to lean on.
Oh, you're representing?
I'm not.
Okay, you're not. Is that a weird thing for attorneys to represent friends or family?
Well, one, it's my godchildren that I would be involved in their divorce, and two, it's a little too close.
Got it.
And so, but I just had this conversation with him, and one of the things that jumped out at me was understanding when the right time to talk to a lawyer is. And for me, the saying is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Sure.
As soon as you get involved in a situation where you may not be comfortable, you get sued, maybe there's a big life change, a divorce, a marriage, something like that. It's probably time to talk to a lawyer about not only what your options are, but what your rights are and what to expect. Because, I think when I look at the popularity polls, it's generally lawyers are just below used car salesmen as far as trustworthiness.
Right, yeah.
But more that I would say than anything is most lawyers do take a lot of pride in what they do. And so it's worth it to proactively reach out to an attorney before you get sued, before things compound and get worse.
Right. And, I think a lot of times, I know people that I know, and all my friends, by the way, are all blue collar workers. They're all people out there, go out there and grind it out for a day, for a living every day of their life. I think a lot of people, when they see attorneys who have a little swag, that they automatically kind of, either they don't like kind of get with their personality a little bit, or they're put off by them personally and they won't make a decision, or they don't think that they're forthright enough, so they don't make a decision. So it's kind of weird for you guys to find a slot where you think people look at you and go, okay, well, that's just a hardworking guy who happens to be a lawyer. He's a good person, first things first,
sure,
and he can argue my case more effectively.
Yeah, and that perception is a really big part of why people don't trust lawyers, right? So most lawyers value themselves based off of what's in their bank account. I think that I see that time and time again when I look at lawyer advertisements. One of the things that I would say is you have a good relationship with a lot of different attorneys in town who aren't that way.
Right.
Right. What is valuable to them is their reputation, their interaction with their clients, keeping their word. And those are all, you mentioned blue collar qualities, right? And so for me, and this will be the overall theme of all this, when you're selecting a lawyer, you're selecting a partner, right? This is a team event, and you got to select somebody who's going to have the same ethics and work ethic that you have, right? You work hard for your money. You don't want to just give it to somebody so that they can go blow it on their next car payment or their next Rolex. Sure. You're doing this because they provide a valuable service that you need, and you have a mutual level of respect for each other.
So do you have like a when you go to choose an attorney, and there are attorneys are they're focused on certain things. I mean, I know that you guys deal with a lot of divorces and estate issues and stuff like that, whereas other attorneys that appear on the show deal with car injuries and things of that nature. How do you kind of, if you were out there and you're trying to pick an attorney, I mean, do you have like a list that you go by, or like a checklist of like, okay, if the person is this, yes. If the person is this, yes. But if they have this, no.
So I, just being a lawyer, I know a lot of lawyers. And so I have lawyers who I trust and who I would trust or send referrals to. That being said, let's say you don't have a lawyer that is a referral source. Talk to your friends and family. They may have had a similar situation that, they may have an opinion of, hey, this lawyer did a good job for me. And if that doesn't work, you can go onto social media, websites, look at the attorneys, not just what they're saying, but how they're saying it. Again, you're looking for that shared common value because, again, this is a team. And so, one of the things that I did when I was talking to my buddy who's going through a divorce was we found an attorney that was a good fit for the divorce. They're going to be child focused. They're going to be caring, empathetic. We knew that would relate well to his wife. Unfortunately, there was a domestic violence injunction that was filed. And I thought it was meritless because I know both of them and I know the situation. And so we found a different personality for that. For that, you need somebody who's strong in evidence, who's going to be a little bit more aggressive, and somebody who's going to push the court to do the right thing, right? So it's a different personality type that you might be looking for depending on the legal issue. And unfortunately, unless you're a lawyer, you only really know that if you've gone through it.
And that's even in the context of divorce. And I got to tell you, I mean, that's got to have more texture than any one particular legal aspect, right? I mean, divorce is, it is a open the box surprise Christmas morning scenario. You never know what's going to happen. It could go great for 30 of the 31 days that you're in court negotiating, and that 31st day could be a bomb, or that first day could be a bomb.
I say it to people, it's like Baskin Robbins, right? There's so many different flavors of divorce that it's really hard to predict what you're going to get. And so...
But that cookies and cream divorce with the lemon cake is the worst one, though, right?
Probably not good.
It's got a chance of working. Right?
Well, so here's
not
what
with those choices.
For me, I love people. Like that is why I enjoy doing family law. I really enjoy getting to know people. And part of that is figuring out their personalities, their likes and their dislikes. And it's not uncommon that I sit down with somebody, even in the first meeting, and we're able to kind of dissect, okay, these are the real points of conflict and friction. Let's avoid those, right? Let's try to find a solution that doesn't make your spouse go scorched earth. And so that's a lot of time what I'm trying to do is creatively problem solve. Now, there's a reason why people go to court. It's a tool in the tool belt.
Sure.
And sometimes you need to go to court to make somebody reasonable. They're intractable. They won't move.
Or to get it in writing so everybody understands down the road that that's the agreement we made 5 years ago, not the one you're trying to make with me now.
Sure, absolutely. And so there is a reason why you should go to court. And there are certain cases where I say you need to go to court. But other than that, most of the time what I'm trying to do is creatively problem solve. And so it's not easy. When you have substance abuse issues, it's very difficult. Mental health problems, very difficult. But it doesn't mean we're not trying. We're not trying to find a better way to uncouple. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I got you. Uncouple is such a Hollywood way to look at it, but I get it. Have you ever
Very
told
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Have you ever told somebody that you weren't the guy for them?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a pretty powerful move, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying move in the sense like it's a chess play, but, if I went to an attorney and the attorney said to me, you know what, I think maybe you could handle this in mediation, or maybe you don't need me for this. I think that maybe you could do this instead, or give me another option. Like, to me, like, that would be, like, integrity-wise, that would be, like, insane. I mean, that would be the thing I'd be going, oh, my God, let me find something for this guy to litigate, for Christ's sake.
Well, and honestly, there are a lot of cases where that is the case, whether it's hey, I just spoke with a guy last week. He actually might be a listener. Spoke with him last week. We talked about a scenario. He's really trying to make it work with his wife. And I say this, people don't hire me to save their marriages.
Right.
And so I said, here's what it sounds like from what you're describing your wife. She wants better communication. You need to be honest, and that there are shared things that you guys need to work on. Do those things. And I just spoke with him on the phone earlier today, and he's immensely grateful. He's working on the things that we talked about. And I hope that he never has to call me for a divorce.
Right.
And so that happens all the time. That being said, it is, again, I'm going to say this again, it's a team. My personality may not work with everybody. I tend to be pretty blunt. When I feel like you're not going in the right direction, I'm going to say, hey, you're going in the wrong direction. And if you want to go in that direction, that's fine. But I'm going to put it in writing to be clear that I think you're going in the wrong direction. Right. And that doesn't sit well with everybody.
Right, yeah, because they want to scapegoat a little bit.
Well, sometimes people just want to believe what they want to believe. And
they just want you to agree with it and
they want you to agree with them. and I will tell you...
That's logical, that works.
I will tell you, I've done those cases in the past. Years ago, early in my career, I did those cases because it didn't matter to me at that time. I just wanted to win. And I thought, we got a strategy that's going to end up with a positive result.
Yeah.
I look at it a little differently now. Now I look at it as my responsibility to help this person. And sometimes that might be, and again, I was very cautious to do this early on in my career. Sometimes it might be, you need to get a mental health professional involved to help you process some of the things that you're dealing with.
I bet that goes over well.
Honestly,
when you tell somebody, hey, man, you need a psychiatrist before I can talk to you?
Honestly, it goes over much better now than I ever thought it would early in my career.
Oh, wow.
Because most of the time what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help you problem solve.
Right.
And if you believe in me, well, you're not believing that I have, a magic tool belt where I can solve all of your problems. you're believing that I'm going to do what's best for you.
And then people hire you and lie to you. That's got to be the most frustrating thing. By the way, before we get any further, we're talking to Ray Trindley from TK Law because somebody says, who is this? I need a family lawyer. And then somebody right below that said they used you for their divorce about 10 years ago, and it was absolutely fantastic. And by their experience, they referred other people to you as well. So we know that you guys do good work. And what are more? I mean, you wrote some information here about divorces, and I find that kind of interesting because I thought the numbers would be a lot bigger than that. It said the total cost of an average divorce is about $12,900.
That's right. So with the
what does that mean?
So what that's talking about is your out-of-pocket legal expenses. So each person maybe will hire a lawyer, but generally on average, your contested divorce, which is where somebody files an answer, you guys go to mediation, right around $13,000.
Wow, before you even make it into court?
No, you don't ever make it into court.
I see. Yeah, I got you mediate it, the lawyers negotiate everything, you get it in writing, judge signs it.
That's right. Sometimes, there are some cases where you will take it to trial and still spend less than $13,000.
Right.
But that's right where the average is at nationally now, and it's right about where I say to people in my practice. So generally I say $7,500 to $15,000 is right around the sweet spot for the averages, which means some might cost $3,000 to $5,000. Some might cost $15,000.
And is there a retainer going into a divorce? Like you come in and you go, hey, look, I need to hire you for a divorce. Is there a retainer of that money, and then that money is put toward all the mediating hours? Because those mediators are ridiculously expensive.
They can be. Sometimes you're going to split those costs. But yeah, so there'll be a fee that you pay up front. And I describe it to people like your gas tank. Right before you go on a road trip, what do? You fill your gas tank up.
Right.
And then you start driving down the road, and the gas tank goes down and down and down. Sometimes it gets empty, and you have to add more gas. Conceptually, that's the way legal fees are going to work. And when you're looking for that right attorney, one of the things I want my clients to be clear on with me is their budget expectations so that I can also plan a budget that works with what they're looking for and what they're expecting.
I think another common misconception is that you never know, and then at the very end of it, not only are you divorced, sitting in a one-bedroom apartment, that you have a bill in front of you from your attorney that he never told you about that's like $15,000, rather than just kind of knowing up front, hey, look, where am I at all times, because this is important,
So the beginning of every month, I spend anywhere between 6 and 8 hours preparing and reviewing every billing entry for that month prior. So, in August 1st, I'm looking at everything from July. And what I do is I make a list of all the people that we need to reach out to and be proactively contacting. And we don't charge them for this. We just say, hey, we want you to know what to expect, where you're at. For one of the things for me that's really important, and again, this is where lawyers get a bad rap, poor communication. And I'm not saying I'm perfect at it. I always want to get better. In fact, in my office, all they talk to me about and remind me about is how I'm always pushing them to be better. But I think that little things like that, reaching out to clients and saying, here's where you're at. Hey, here's what the next steps are. Having a plan that they can follow and see makes a huge difference in that experience.
Number one complaint about attorneys is cost. Number 2 complaint about attorneys that I've heard is zero contact.
Yeah.
In other words, it's this old thing. Hey, I just gave you $3,000 or $4,000. You can't call me back?
Yeah.
And they think you're the only case they have going. Everybody understands you have multiple cases going at the time. That's not their fault, though.
Sure.
But those are the 1 and 2 reasons I hear complaints I hear about attorneys. It's expensive, and of course, once I pay my retainer, I can't get anybody on the phone with me.
And you know what I hear from the first one of being expensive? Was there ever a conversation about what your expectation was?
Right.
And so, my best friend, again, using him as an example, he said, hey, what should I expect this to cost me? And I went through all the options, what I thought the cost would be. And I said, this is something you need to sit down with your attorney and talk about. Because you say, hey, I got $5,000 and only have $5,000 to spend. You're not going to spend a bunch of time emailing back and forth about what the weather looks like.
Right.
You're going to focus on the big ticket items. We got to get to mediation, right? We got to get discovery. We got to do those big ticket things. And then the communication element, be clear with what your expectations are. I've had clients who say that I didn't communicate. And I think that's interesting to me because I have a policy, and everybody in my office follows that policy, that we return phone calls within 2 business days.
Matter of fact, I know that's a fact because I've used you before with an issue back in the day, and it was back in the day. I think I got one within 24 hours because there was a set time that you made return phone calls. Right. At the end of the day, you can't do it as you're moving through their day because it's just not structured that way.
But it has to be a priority for your lawyer that they're going to deliver communication. And you need to understand what those parameters are, right? Because if you're not communicating about that, then you may have different expectations, and I don't want to let you down ever. And that's really what it comes down to, is lawyers not thinking about how they're letting people down.
Most common cause of divorce.
Don't say cupcake flavors.
I would say
say cupcake flavors.
I would say right now, I would say it's politics, but normally it's finances.
Wow. Really?
Really?
How many divorces have you litigated because of political differences?
Recently, a ton. I would say probably, I don't want to say the majority of the divorces I've done in the last 3 years, but probably 30 to 40% of the divorces I've done in the last 3 to 4 years.
Would any of you guess that within 5 guesses?
Yes. I would say that would have been my number one guess.
Really?
Well, because
I tip a lot.
You can call that politics, or you could also word it in another way and go, what's the answer to the question of what do you believe in?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, and that's, I think, just a time where we're very polarized right now, and people are talking about it and being open about it, and maybe they weren't before, but I really blamed it on the pandemic. People were stuck working from home, and one person would be watching Donald Trump on Fox News, and the other person would be watching, CNN, and they just can't agree. And then I get a phone call saying, we've been dealing with this our whole lives and doesn't work anymore.
Time to go. Wow. It's funny. Infidelity was never mentioned.
Infidelity is definitely in the top 3, though.
Yeah, I know, but still, it was, infidelity below politics. Did you ever think in a million years you would hear that infidelity would be trumped by politics? No pun intended. kind of pun intended. It's amazing.
A lot of people can forgive somebody for having an affair. But politics right now, it's intractable. People really feel strongly about how they see our current political situation.
That is genuinely unbelievable. As you sit there with that little wry smile.
Yeah,
that's unreal.
It's very interesting. And I remember the very first call I took, April of 2020, where somebody said, hey, my wife is a stone cold Democrat and I'm a strong red Republican, and we just can't make this work. And I remember thinking, you guys will be able to work this out.
Hey, didn't you love each other at one point before all this?
Exactly. They were married for 30 years.
What?
Married for 30 years. I actually just spoke with him not too long ago to see how he's doing. But
how's he doing?
Doing okay. Single.
Yeah.
He's doing all right.
All right, Rick.
That
was cryptic, but I loved every bit of it.
Yeah. So he's doing okay, but it's been an adjustment.
Well, Ray, it's always good seeing you. Great information today. Yeah. Again, it's Ray Trendley, One Firm for Life, TK Law, offices up in Altamont Springs. And like you said, we just heard people texting us now saying they'd used him and the firm in the past. And not only did they get great service, they referred to other people as well. I believe that 100%. Always good seeing you, brother.
It's a good compliment.
Great,
Thank you.
Great content today, man.
Thank you.
Love that. Again, that's Ray Trendley, onefirmforlife.com, offices Altamont. Back in a second with last call. Load them up now, 407-916-1041.
Make us think or make it funny. Just make it good. Get on board now for last call on the Jim Colbert Show. 407-916-1041. From the Driveway.com Weather Center.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. And any storms out there ending tonight before midnight, the low 78. Tomorrow, the beginning of a rainy pattern, the high 93. A 60% likely chance for afternoon storms. Get this, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, a 70 to 80% chance during the afternoon of some real heavy rain. We could get a lot of rain this week, which is good for places like Brevard County that really need it. For the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Racetrack. What if you could get your morning going with double the breakfast sandwich deliciousness? Celebrate Hot Deal Summer at Racetrack when you get 2 breakfast sandwiches for only $4. Racetrack, whatever gets you going. See store for details.
Kennedy Space Center, man, the giant next step for human space travel starts right here. Artemis 1, August 29th. That's a week from today. Artemis 1 is the first test of NASA's deep space exploration systems with the Orion spacecraft launching atop the massive SLS rocket. By the way, SLS, the most powerful rocket ever built. And the Artemis 1 mission is the first in a series to pave the way for trips to the moon and beyond. No better place to watch that next chapter in space travel than at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Experience the excitement of Artemis 1 from Launch Center right there at the Visitor Complex, and its live expert commentary, special launch day events, and of course, a prime view. You gotta hurry though. Tickets are available now at thekennedyspacecenter.com.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trendley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trendley Kramer, TK Law, oneFirmForLife.com.
Identity theft shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, more than $14 billion were stolen last year. That's a criminal success story and a wake-up call for everyone else. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Come on, we're gonna be late to the cookout.
I was just packing up my famous mac and cheese.
I hope you packed the Pepto, too.
Huh?
Pepto-Bismol provides fast relief from heartburn and indigestion. You know, that uncomfortable feeling after you eat too much. And after the deviled eggs, baked beans, and barbecue ribs, you're gonna need it.
Barbecue ribs? I should probably pack an extra shirt, too.
Good call.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Shop the Conn's Labor Day sale with deals too good to miss. Starting this Thursday, save up to 35% on Hot Buy appliances and save an additional 10% on appliance packages. Plus, get free next day delivery. And here's the best part. Conn's now offers layaway, a great payment option if you love it today and want it in time for the holidays. Don't miss the 35% off Hot Buy appliances this Thursday during the Conn's Labor Day sale in-store or at cons.com.
Hey amigos, Becky G here to let you know that if you want it all just like I do, there's a new way to save with Xfinity Internet.
That's right. Now get Xfinity Internet with unlimited data, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free Flex 4K streaming box with your favorite entertainment. All for just $55 a month for 12 months with no annual contract required. Switching to Xfinity has never been easier. It's risk-free and you get all the Wi-Fi power your family needs for a house full of connected devices. And with everything you've got going on at home, you deserve internet that can keep up. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Get an incredible value on unlimited internet and free streaming. Switch today.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. New fast internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 12 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
See tracks? Think train. Last year alone, there were nearly 400 crashes involving trains and cars on Florida roads. If you're crossing tracks, stay focused on what's happening around you. Follow all signs, watch for flashing lights, and expect a train at any time, day or night. With your help, we can prevent track tragedies and get everyone home safely. Brought to you by the Florida Department of Transportation.
Some roads take us to where we want to go. Other roads lead to Mo. In a world full of dangerous roads, there's only one thing you need to know. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Labor Day weekend, September 3rd through the 5th, visit the Space Coast in Cocoa Beach and support the National Kidney Foundation's 37th annual Surf Fest, featuring hundreds of competitive surfers in pro and amateur divisions, live entertainment, and fun for the entire family. Don't miss out on the fun in the sun at the Westgate Pier and join us for the Taste of Brevard and Silent Auction. For more information, visit nkfsurf.com. That's nkfsurf.com.
Having trouble with your AC? Call our friends at Mills Air, 407-277-1159. With 30 years of experience, they can certainly help you out. Carrier factory authorized dealers with up to $1,275 in rebates towards that brand new Carrier unit. Family owned and operated, it's millsair.com.
Car crash? Call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on Twitch.
I will never understand why people like Madonna at all. She's ugly AF. Her music is not good. There's literally nothing about that woman that makes me go, oh, she's talented. Oh, she's pretty. Like, literally, at no point in my life have I ever thought, oh, Madonna, yeah. No. F that lady. She's ugly AF, not talented.
Hot take.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. What are you laughing at?
That was a grenade of a talkback, and you didn't hear any of it.
I did not hear any of it. I was talking to Ray Trenley.
He said a bunch of nice things about Madonna.
I heard him say she was an ugly hack. Does that count?
Close. I didn't hear that. I thought he said she was quite beautiful.
All right, 407-916-1041. We're loaded up for last call and running tight because I ran Ray a little bit long. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. Deb, who do we have to thank today?
We want to thank Brendan Kravitz. We want to thank attorney-friendly Ray Trendley at tklaw.com.
What a cool guy.
And Brad for trivia.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Appreciate that very much. Ray is like genuinely one of the sweetest dudes. He's so fun to talk to, such a good personality. And he is a stickler, by the way. I mean, when he says that he's like on point like that, Ray's one of those dudes like, hey, you need to get here at 8 o'clock, 7:50. He's sitting in the parking lot. Kind of thing. He does that everywhere, so.
Great
Jack,
guy.
we have a Twitter poll today, right, bub?
We do. Do you tip on the original price on a discounted meal? Where do you think it came in?
I think it's probably pretty high. I would say probably 62%.
A little higher. 78% say yes, they do.
I don't have to say anything.
You don't have to because I don't believe in any of them.
Well, there's a pause and a silence and a lot of eye contact.
Are you doing stand-up this weekend?
I'm doing the Real Radio Poker Tournament, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I'm all in on my first 3 hands.
Don't do it.
Might.
Have you watched that video? Do you know what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't. You can't even fake it?
You want to be at the same table?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You want to be at my table?
Bro, let's go. It's not even real money.
Shouldn't you spread out? Shouldn't you be somewhere else? Who's not going to be at my table, Jack? Do you know?
I do. I made the list. I don't have it on me, though. I'll tell you tomorrow.
Okay. Do you know who are the people do you know? Me? Who else?
Yeah, you, Leon Mills.
Leon Mills
are at the same table. I forget who. There's another celebrity. I'm not sure who it is.
All right.
At the time I was making the table pairings, it made a lot of sense.
God, I may have lunch with Leon this week. He's been on me, but I've been traveling, so I got to get with him. God, he's great. All right, so you're good. No stand-up. Just go to Ross Paget Comedy on all social media platforms for updates on when you're going to be out and around.
That is true.
Where, Deb, you good? Everything cool?
Oh, yeah. It's poker tournament.
All right. Super excited about it, Deb?
I do know who's sitting at her table.
Give me one.
I will not say that either.
Code Black?
Tomorrow.
It won't matter. I won't be there real long.
Code Black? Don't put her at Code Black's table.
No,
he's the worst.
He's at yours.
Is he really?
I don't know. Code Black will draw a seat. Well, random luck, he could end up at yours.
All right, Mike, last call.
Mike Buzzer Larson here. A used guitar and stand, $25. A 25-minute walk and talk putting out garage sale signs in the neighborhood with Quackshaw, priceless. Jimmy, there are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Thanks, Quackshaw. Give me the buzzer.
There you go, Mike. Thanks. He came over.
He was at my garage sale.
You got a guitar for $25?
Yeah. I had some deals.
What kind of guitar was it?
A black one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ryan, last call.
18 naked cowboys out in the yard. 18 naked cowboys, ever so hard. Ram Ranch, 18 cowboys ready to get sucked and ripped.
I don't mind.
Oh,
what the hell, dude?
Tim, last call. That guy's coming in. Weird.
Yeah.
Hello?
Jim,
Yes.
why are A through J so immature?
Why are A through J so immature?
Because they are all pre-K.
Oh. Whew. Vince, last call.
Hey, to anybody out there who's thinking about divorcing their spouse over politics, here's some perspective. Look at your spouse right now and realize you have way more spouse than you have with any of those clowns in Tallahassee or Washington. I don't care what magical letters after their name. Think about who you really should divorce. Give me a bell, Jack!
Give him
right.
the dong,
Give him a
Jack.
ding. Give him a ding.
No, we came up with something while you. There you go.
Is that's above the ding?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
but you haven't earned it yet.
Oh, I haven't earned a dong yet?
No. You're only going to get the ding. You got to work a little harder for the dong.
Should have given that one caller the dong. He may have been ahead of us. Jose, last call. Take us home.
Senor Jimmy, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Would you rather your wife divorce you or take George Shortcut to your funeral as her date?
I don't know, buddy.
Dong.
Man, if that was dong worthy, we need to come up with another sound because that was awful.
No,
All right,
but it was dong worthy.
He called it for
All right,
it.
good to be
he
back,
did.
guys. We'll be back tomorrow for sure with What You Do That's New and other fun stuff. On behalf of Deb, Jack, and Ross, I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the Monsters in the Morning after us. Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a wonderful Monday evening.
See you tomorrow. Bye.